space here. Definitely seeing another looter's trench. I bet you this is one side of the plaza. Oh, it goes up way further. Oh my God. And when the tree falls, it lifts out half of the temple. No way. See if there's anything left. That's a tube. So, we're in the middle of the Katana Road jungle, just outside of Kohen Beach in ancient Maya city. And I think we come across what is unambiguously, undoubtedly an ancient Maya temple. So, I've been in labyrinths in the jungle like this before. In Chiapas, at a site called Yaxchilan, there's huge tunnels. They dwarf the size of these tunnels, and it's thought that perhaps these were built to be symbolic of the Maya underworld of Xibalba, which would have been the local caves that the Maya people would have known back in prehistoric times. But this looks like it's a big palace. Let's get going. Watch out for bats, whip spiders. Yeah, there's some bats right above me. I think up above us the roof has fallen in of the tunnel. It looks like the roof of this labyrinth caved in, probably in ancient times, maybe at a time when Kohun Leech was attacked by another foreign tribe or a neighboring tribe. But this looks like a pretty big palace, so let's go up top. So we're here on the outskirts of a ancient Maya archaeological site called Kohun Leech, and we've come across another palace looking through the jungles on the outskirts of this site, and we came up through a labyrinth in the bottom, and I want to give you guys another view into the life of a royal ancient Maya family. So come with me. Right now we're in what could be considered a little courtyard area or maybe a gathering area. It would have been walled in, potentially with stone roofing or maybe thatch and wood roofing as well, but this would have been where a royal family of lords potentially would gather during the day. And these individual corridors is where they would have had their own personal items. That would have been their personal space. So come back in here and show you one of the first chambers of the royal family. In here, full of benches or beds. This could have potentially been a bench, or maybe it was just an elevated space where somebody would have slept on. But as you can see, there are areas where ancient wooden beams would have come across, and potentially that would have been used for storage, maybe structural support as well. As we come back here, this would have been another private space for potentially a lord of some kind. Potentially back here would have been a shrine to honor their god, potentially a place where they were cooking as well. And they would have had a window with an immaculate view into the city. Now, it looks like this is all just jungle back here, but at one point, the bottom of this was leveled off. We're standing on top of a giant pyramid that has a lower pyramidal structure that is the size of this entire city that we're in. And they would have looked down, and there would have been temples and temples and temples and houses of lower class Maya people scattered all across this area, hundreds, potentially over 1,000 structures here. But the jungle has grown over all of it now. This would have been an immaculate view for a very, very illustrious family. So it's obvious just looking at it that this would have been the home, chamber, and the bed of a very, very important person. Maybe not a king, but potentially a high priest or a high lord of some kind. I've never seen interior slanted lower walls like this before. Look at the fine stone masonry. All throughout this temple, it's fine stone masonry, flat on all sides. These would be casing stones where there would be rubble and mortar in between. This is actually some of the finest stonework that I've ever seen in the Maya world. the interiors. Look at this. Look at how massive this bed is. This is definitely the king size bed or the queen size bed of the ancient world. Potentially under here would have been used for storage, but I've also seen it theorized that perhaps they burn wood under here at night to heat up the stone bed. But that's commonly disputed. They also, something that's not exactly normal is these people take up a pretty significant amount of real estate. They don't have just one chamber, they have two chambers. So perhaps in here would have been a kitchen or a shrine for worshiping their god. The ceilings, you can see what's left of the remaining arch. It's fallen through over time, but this would have been an immaculate place to live. Big arched ceilings, potentially with windows right here to see off into the ancient city. But it's all fallen in. Incredible, incredible stonework, masonry, architecture. The Maya, it's hard to even comprehend what I'm looking at. The fact that this was done in a jungle, in the terrain that it is. Again, this entire city is sitting on a pyramidal structure. The lowest structure is the size of the entire city. And the entire city, or at least the main complex where the royal families live on, the high priest, the lords, the king's family, all sits on this pyramidal structure. It's amazing. Down below, probably, I don't even know, 100-foot drop. And then it goes down further. There's a sheer drop off at the end of this palace. It's flat and then it drops off again, just steeps off into the jungle. We were walking by it earlier and I realized that we were just standing on a platform that is a much bigger pyramid. Actually, why don't we go down and I'll show you. We found another labyrinth going down, not too far from where we came up. I think this might be an easier way to get down to show you guys the backside of this temple. And maybe we can get some kind of clip of the sheer drop-off of how this pyramidal structure just falls off into the jungle and connects to the rest of the ancient city that you can't see because it's all grown over. So, I'm breaking off a stick. Mostly because I'm paranoid of what the Maya call a nauyaka, which is a fer-de-lance snake. These guys literally haunt me in my dreams. I dream about snakes probably 3 or 4 times a week at least. About navigating through the jungle. What I'm about to do right now, again, we're going to go around this back side of the pyramid and show you guys how it falls off in the jungle. But I just kind of use this and, flick through the bush to hopefully scare any snakes. The only problem is that nauyaka or fer-de-lance are ambush predators, so they sit up, curled up, and they're the same color as all these leaves. So they sit curled up and then they strike your ankles. Luckily I've got some good snake boots on, but yeah, be careful if you come out here. These snakes, you get bit by one of these and your vacation is over. You just step where I step. You should be okay.
Come on, man.
But if you pan the camera down there, you might be able to see that the hill that we're on right now, it's not a hill. This is a pyramid. This is all stone. It's covered up by maybe almost 2,000 years of sediment. But this is a sheer, straight drop-off. And it's going down into the rest of the ancient city. Potentially well over 1,000 buildings are out here, completely covered up by the jungle. Let's see, maybe there's a place that we can see the pyramid structure of the buildings up under the roof.
Look at this fucking guy, man.
So, it was just like I thought. I walked down into the forest a little bit.
Like, who the fuck, man?
And there's a stone base just like this right here that I have my foot on. It goes all the way down, falls off probably 40 or 50 feet down. And I know that this right here is just the top level structure of where the royal families would live. All down there are going to be hundreds, potentially even over 1,000 stone structures that make up the entire city of Coleman Leach. Now, if you guys would like to see more videos like this, please like and subscribe for more. I'm Luke Caverns. I'm an anthropologist and specialize in the study of early ancient human civilizations. And I love to come out in the jungle and document and show you guys locations, sites, things way off in the jungle that you've probably never seen before. So, we're in the middle of the Campeche jungle in the outer ruins of Kalak Mol, which is the great, mighty snake kingdom dynasty that existed within the Petén rainforest. Now, a lot of times, the Maya don't get credit for moving megalithic blocks, moving blocks that weigh multi tons, but here at this site, we can see incredibly tall, almost obelisk stelas here, or stelae. And I'm not exactly sure what the weight of this is, but it's limestone. And I've seen some at the site of Curigua that are twice as tall, that weigh upwards of 75 tons. So I can only assume that this is somewhere around 25 to 30 tons. But this isn't the only example of this. We come over here. Another huge stela. Now, the limestone has been getting rained on for nearly 2,000 years, so it doesn't preserve the hieroglyphs very well. But on the side that's leaning over, that's not getting as much exposure to the rain, you can see just ever so slightly the remnants of ancient hieroglyphs left on these stela. Let's come over here, I'll show you another one. The site of Kalak Mol has the most density anywhere in the Maya world of ancient stelae that depict the history of Kalak Mol and the Maya people of this area. So, as you can see, these things are incredibly tall. And surprisingly, this is barely half as tall as some of the taller obelisks or large stelae found in the Maya world. Made out of limestone, it's got to be around 25 to 30 tons. The hieroglyphs are hardly preserved at all on many of these. So, whenever somebody tells you that the Maya didn't use megaliths, now you can certainly see that they did. Look at this one. Wow. Come over here and check this out. And there's another one there. Look how well these are preserved. And look at this. It's also on the side of the temple. You can hardly see this when you're standing there. Unless you're really concentrating, you know what to look for. Eventually, you've seen so many of them that you get an eye for what to look out for. But these temples are massive, completely grown over by the jungle. These hieroglyphs would have once told the story of Kalak Mol. Hundreds of years of lost history was once inscribed on all four sides of all of these obelisks or stelae. It's amazing. Check it out.
Ah, there's so much lag, the grenade lag. Oh, I'm gonna pass away anyways. Come on, man. That's pretty good warm up though. I didn't even see where the pause was. It's fine.
These were quarried from miles away throughout here. Oh, look at this. These are actually preserved ones. can easily see the shapes going down. So a lot of Maya hieroglyphs are depicted in squares, sometimes of 2 to 3 to 4 different glyphs. But the quality of these is so low, so horribly eroded that I don't think that they can be deciphered at all. Now look at the size of these things.
We're warming up.
Amazing. And another third of it goes into the ground.
So the Maya are often looked over by the current ancient civilization's pop culture because they seemingly don't have those same large megalithic feats that cultures like the ancient Egyptians or the ancient Peruvians do. But the reason that so many people think that is because the jungles of Mesoamerica have swallowed up so much of the Maya world, leaving so much of it under 1,500 to 2,000 years of jungle growth. It's very much the same reason that we don't really know much about the civilizations that were living deep in the jungles of the Amazon. The only reason that we know as much as we do about the Maya world is because the Maya jungles are only a small fraction of the size of the Amazon. And even with that, the Maya world was made...
What? I thought he died. No.
It's pretty often that we call ancient Egypt the land of the pyramids, but they have about 120 pyramids, whereas in the Maya world, they constructed probably north of 10,000. They were also the ancient world's greatest astronomers, and they could predict astronomical events centuries ahead of time. So all of this is pretty cool, but what really catches people's attention today is what I call megalithomania, where everyone right now is really fascinated by the megaliths of the ancient world. And what I mean are these almost incomprehensibly, impossibly large blocks that ancient cultures moved across mountain ranges,
we'll try it.
valleys, through swamps, across water, and across deserts. And the mystery of how they moved these things, say the Egyptians, for example, how they moved these 2 to 150 ton blocks across sand on maybe some sled of some kind without it being bogged down in the sand, or how they even transported on their small riverboats that are woven together. This is all a mystery that people are infatuated with. Or let's say in the Inca world, you have blocks that are much, much larger than you find in ancient Egypt that are carried down mountainsides, up mountainsides, and set into place. And these blocks can weigh anywhere from 100 to 200 tons apiece. And on top of that, they're made of basalt largely, so they're not as dense as Egyptian granite. But what that means is when basalt is 200 tons, it means that
come on, please.
Stone.
It's too late. I knew I shot too late there.
That is megalithomania, and that's what we're experiencing in our modern culture. Another great example would be a culture that I am obsessed with, which would be the Olmecs. You have these Olmec heads that weigh anywhere from 6 to 10 tons. Now, it is commonly believed that they were transported on balsa river rafts. And balsa is a type of wood that you find in the Veracruz to Tabasco region of Mexico, more or less in the swamps of Mexico. Now, nautical engineers have done research on this, and they have shown, surprisingly and mysteriously, and it kind of gets looked over because there's no other explanation, I suppose, that academics can come up with, but nautical engineers have shown that if you make a balsa river raft that is too big to go down the Quetzalcoatl River, which is the main tributary that the Olmecs use, if you put a 5-ton head on a raft too big to go down that river, it would sink that raft. Now, the problem is that the smallest Olmec head is 6 tons and the largest is 40 tons. So that's a mystery, and that infatuating mystery is what we call megalithomania. And the lack of that, seemingly, in the Maya world is why the Maya don't get as much attention in the modern day. It's one of the leading causes. But the Maya should have been close to the Olmecs, right? They came after the Olmecs, and the Olmecs are commonly attributed as being the mother culture of Mesoamerica. Well, here's the thing. The Maya world probably began on its own without being influenced by the Olmecs in the heart of
what is this animation,
Guatemala, which is really, really far from the Olmec heartland. At the same time, the bedrock that is available to the Maya people is limestone, and a lot of times it's porous limestone. Whereas for the Olmecs, they had access to the basalt quarries in the Tuxtla Mountains of Veracruz, which is very, very far from the Maya heartland. So the Maya were not mining basalt and building anything out of it. For the most part, the Maya built their buildings out of limestone blocks that weighed anywhere from 40 to 50 pounds to a few hundred pounds to a few tons. That's pretty heavy, but it's not out of the realm of possibility for a small group of men to move blocks like this throughout the Maya region, most of which is a pretty flat land. You just have to go through the jungle, but it's still relatively reasonable. What's the most surprising aspect about the Maya world is just the sheer amount of work that went into constructing all of their cities. I mean, like I said earlier, Egypt has about 120 pyramids. In the Maya world, I would say way more than 10,000. It's hard to even comprehend the amount of structures that are in the Maya world. In this video, we were at the site of Calakmul, which is the capital of the Khan dynasty, the Snake Kingdom of Campeche, Mexico. And just at this one site alone, LiDAR scans have shown that this site has more than 6,000 buildings in it. However, I think that that's actually a low estimate because when you drive south of Calakmul, it's a 50-minute drive before you get to the first turn. And at no point when I'm looking out the window do I ever not see pyramids just a little bit further off through the jungle line. I don't know how many pyramids are out there, and that is surprising in and of itself. But it doesn't click until you actually go down there and see it, and then it becomes infatuating. But what about the megaliths? Do we see that in the Maya world? Well, yes, we do. But they're harder to find because they're in these very small, obscure Maya villages that you have to go down these infinitely long dirt roads just to get to. And on top of that, in a lot of these places, you're out in a region that is so remote that the people go from, in some places in Mexico, speaking a little bit of English, but mostly Spanish. It gets more remote.
I hate being on the left side. I'm gonna have to change that. Like, I might just do on the right side, honestly.
Where they just only speak Maya. Some of these
fucking so
people
dumb.
only speak Spanish. So you're talking about getting very, very far out into these obscure indigenous villages in the jungle before you see things like this. And this is why sites like this and monuments like this and these Maya megaliths haven't made it into popular culture yet. So one side I want to touch on that I thought would be good comparing the gigantic stelae that are at Calakmul is a site in Guatemala called Quirigua. Now, Quirigua was founded at some point between 200 BC and 200 AD. And while at this point erecting stelae was nothing new in the Maya world, when it got to Quirigua, it reached a new height, literally. So what these massive stelae that are being depicted at Quirigua are is they're kind of like obelisks. I call them stellists. They're cut on four sides, and from top to bottom, they are absolutely ridden with hieroglyphs with no wasted space whatsoever.
Oh, that's way too late.
You will see the tallest single-standing monuments ever discovered in the Americas. So Maya stone artworks looks like Maya hieroglyphs placed next to what is just an artistic interpretation of an ancient lord or ruler, but it's much more complex than that. There is nothing in Maya art that is wasted space or simply designed for aesthetics. Every single piece of these artworks was once understood in an ancient knowledge that is lost to us. The feathers and ornaments that the headdresses depict, their footwear, the orientation of their feet, the position of their hands, the patterns stitched into their clothing, as well as the patterns floating above and around them, all of these symbols were meant to be read like a book. All of them. So unlike the rest of the Maya world, these stelae are carved from some of the hardest and densest sandstone found in the Americas, allowing the reliefs to have such an incredible amount of detail, but also making them very heavy. The largest stellists weigh anywhere from 50 to 75 tons. One in particular is called Stela E. It is the largest single-standing monument erected in the New World nearly 2,000 years ago, and it stands just shy of 40 feet tall. But there are other large monuments in Quirigua, including stelas A, B, C, and D, all weighing somewhere between 20 and 50 tons, as well as these bizarre megalithic zoomorphs. Maya stone monuments like this have only been discovered around this area of Guatemala, but they can be seen in the Olmec world and are also an ancient global phenomenon. These are gigantic boulders carved all the way around and even on the bottom, often considered to be some of the finest work ever completed by the Maya. It can be difficult to distinguish in photos, but these zoomorphs are up to 10 feet tall and 18 feet across, with a surface area of more than 45 square meters on a single monument. We have no idea how far away these blocks were quarried or where they were carried from, because the jungle in the Maya world is just so dense it can bury 10-meter tall buildings in less than 500 years. And these monuments have been standing out
Actually
here
not a
for
bad
almost
idea. Let them run
2,000
left
It may
instead of
not
try to
be
go in the
possible
middle.
to identify the quarries
It's actually
in the
not a bad
Much like the
idea.
transportation of the Olmec heads, we have no idea how exactly these got here. And much like the Egyptian obelisks, we have no idea how they were erected to stand in place. Wow.
I'm Luke Caverns. If you'd like to see more videos like this of us venturing off into the jungle and showing you things of ancient Maya sites that you've probably never seen before and giving you a really up close and gritty look into this world, well then please like and subscribe for more.
It's impossible to realize just how much we don't know about the ancient world until you're out there standing on the fringes of modern civilization, peering off into the jungle at ruins of huge cities only inhabited by the birds and snakes for nearly 2,000 years. I understood this feeling the first time I walked through the outer ruins of Palenque, a city made up of over 1,000 buildings with only 15 to 20 fully excavated and on display for the public. But it was really driving through the back roads of Quintana Roo, near the ancient city of Zibanche, that I got the overwhelming sense of just how much there is left to discover.
Right now, I have to get some footage of these covered ruins. I don't think an aerial shot like this has ever been taken before.
I was just looking out the window during our 2 to 3
Come on,
hour
man, the
drive, and as
lag.
we got further and further away from the modern city, I began to notice, oh, there's a pyramid in that field, and another one, and there's another one, and another one, and another one. This went on for hours, and the deeper we ventured into the remote backwoods of Mexico, the more common these untouched pyramids were. As we began getting closer to Zibanche, I saw out of the left side of our car a small city sitting in the middle of a field right by the road.
So I'm about to fly my drone and take some photos and videos of this area to document for you guys. I don't think it's ever been named, ever been documented before. It's just sitting on current day Maya farmland. Very likely the people who tend these fields are the descendants of the ancient Maya themselves who once lived here.
What the fuck, man? Like what?
The structures at this site, I estimated, ranged anywhere from 15 to 40 feet tall, the lower house mounds being around 15 feet, and the larger main
I love
pyramid
this
being
level.
somewhere around 40 feet
It always makes me
tall, I
laugh.
would estimate. It was complete with multiple house mounds, a large pyramid, and a central plaza in the middle. The farmland it sits on is probably owned by the descendants whose ancestors built these ancient structures, still raising maize and other staple Maya crops 2,000 years later. In fact, the earliest dates of this small city, as well as the surrounding area, may date back over 4,000 years, as the earliest evidence of habitation of the area around Zibanche goes back to the early pre-classic period of 2000 BC or earlier.
The Maya world was one of the most densely populated areas of all of the ancient Americas. It had 3 times the population of medieval Europe during medieval Europe's heyday. And this is just a really good example of that. This is very likely, the structures are so large. This one over here, it has a giant tree growing down the middle of it. Likely the roots grow all the way from the top, or they've grown all the way from the bottom up to the top, sprouting the tree on top. It's just another example of the immense population that is in the Maya world, of which most people have no idea. So we were driving down the road. I had to immediately stop us, look out the right side window, and I see this enormous pyramid behind me. No name, it's not documented, it's not listed on any charts or maps, it's never been mapped before, never even been excavated. I guarantee you this is a generational temple that's been here for well over 1,000 years. Probably some kind of lord, maybe a king buried inside of this, potentially a temple up top. It's just another example of the insane population throughout the Maya world, and just how many lost cities are left to be discovered, documented, officially located, officially charted, mapped. We have to learn everything that we can about the ancient world, and the age of exploration is not over, like so many people say. This is 100% proof.
Unfortunately, without the permission of the local Maya owners of this land, I did
I
not
went
want
so
to
wide to
jump
pick
the
up that
fence and
gun. Like,
explore
I
every
lost like
possible
half a
spot.
second
Although it's
there
something
picking
that
up
I
that
would love
gun.
to
Like,
go
I
back
can't
in the
keep
future
playing that
and
out.
do.
I have
The
to.
important thing about
I have
knowing
to
the
fucking
names of
play
ancient
the
cultures in
the
Americas
gun
is that
throat
these are living
throwing
cultures
RNG.
today.
I have
And
to.
there
It's
are
too slow
many,
otherwise.
many millions of people still participating in these ancient American practices today. The Maya are still around, and they still worship many of the same gods that the ancient Maya did, especially Chak, the rain god. A few months ago, I actually witnessed a ceremony deep in the jungles of the Yucatan where a Maya elder prayed to the rain god Chak. And sure enough, it started raining about 15 minutes later. I honestly have no idea how you explain that. But
Oh,
unlike
this is
the
so
cultures of
fucking
ancient
fast.
Egypt,
Oh my.
Persia, or Greece and Rome, of which these cultures are almost extinct, many of the cultures of the ancient Americas,
was
such as
dumb.
the Aztecs,
I had
the
two.
Mayas, the
Aw,
Zapotecs,
bros.
the Mixtecs, and so many
I
of
had
the
one too many
Mississippian
boosts.
cultures, as well as the Inca and Tiwanaku cultures of South America, plus who knows how many others. These people are still around today in the millions, and when you're operating in these areas, it's especially important to be mindful of that. Now, this type of city layout involving the U-shaped square plazas with long-range structures, house mounds, and a principal larger pyramid is a city shape that can be seen from the northernmost sites of Mesoamerica, creeping all the way up into modern-day Texas and the American Southwest, to as far south as Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru in South America. Even recently, new LiDAR scans in the Ecuadorian jungles have revealed thousands of city layouts with plazas almost identical to this one. And just like looking at the evidence of widespread trade into the very early days of the Bronze Age, I think that the ancient Americas were much more widely connected than we currently give them credit for. A simple example of this would be the gold treasures found in Tomb 7 at Monte Alban, a Zapotec city in modern-day Oaxaca. This tomb was filled with gold artifacts that are clearly
Oh, it was
either
way too
traded
late.
from or inspired by trade with the El Dorado cultures of South
too late.
America. Now, I use
I'm
the
not gonna
term
do that.
El
I'm gonna
Dorado
stick to
pretty
it.
loosely
What I was
here,
starting.
but you get what I mean.
I was
But
having good
even
starts.
today, a cultural connection between these areas of the Americas is not officially acknowledged or even heavily considered, which I don't really understand. I mean, you would think that discoveries like that linking two distant cultures together would be something that's groundbreaking, or at least something that archaeologists would be excited about. But in the Zapotec world, at least, you don't really see specifically the excitement of perhaps the Zapotecs were wealthy enough to have established trade networks all the way down to South America. The only plausible explanation
double
that I
duck.
can see is if you
Oh
end
my
up
god, the
including
double
that
duck,
culture
bros.
that you're studying, the Zapotecs in general, were
Please.
actually in contact
Please.
with cultures in
No,
South America.
that was such a good
and
attempt. I had full
perhaps
health.
owned artifacts that come from South America, perhaps through some way of litigation that is opening up the
Alright,
door
we're gonna
to
get this. We're
South
gonna get it.
American archaeologists having the right to have a say or dominion over the archaeological site that you're working at. So because of modern day politics, the best thing to do is just ignore that. I've seen that at one archaeological site in particular in Veracruz, and I have heard that a very similar thing is going on at the site of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, which are really just the same archaeological site. Anyways, I say all that to say that sometimes when I'm driving or traveling between two Maya cities that are sort of in the same area, including this small site near Zibanche, I could give it its own name and treat it like it's its own unique archaeological site with its own identity, but in reality, it's probably just an offshoot of the main
Oh, this
city
is really
of
good. This is
Zibanche,
really
as
fucking
the
good. Come on,
pyramids and other
please.
ancient structures in the entire
fuck
surrounding
you.
area just crawl out in this huge web for miles and miles and miles. The ancient Americas are a gigantic web of ancient cities that fade and blend into each other. And just to prove this point, in the next video we'll be exploring a lost city that has not been touched by anybody but looters. That's about a 45-minute drive north of Calakmul into the jungle. And this city was full of about 16 to 18 gigantic pyramids. That's, I think, is still within the city boundaries of Calakmul itself. As during this whole 45-minute drive north, I saw nothing but pyramid after pyramid after pyramid after pyramid in the jungle, leading all the way up to this city that we came across. It's been a real pleasure to premiere this series, Jungle of Stone, to you guys. I had
Wow,
the
I
best
got
time
him.
filming it, and I hope that this series has shown you that the age of exploration is...
Oh, that was too late. It was way too late.
Okay, so we're in the middle of the Kitana Roo jungle on top of the Maya pyramid at Zabanche. And what I wanted to do today is just kind of show you guys what life for a royal family inside of the Maya world, potentially the Khan dynasty, may have been like on top of an ancient pyramid. You got these columns in the middle. There would have been a roof here at one time, but it's since collapsed or possibly was even destroyed during the end of its time. And of course, your regular layman people would have never been allowed up here. This would have been typically royal people or maybe even people who were coming up here to be sacrificed. So come on and join me. Next, I'll be showing you what an ancient royal Maya home.
Yo, True Faith, what's up, man? Thanks, brother.
During its day.
Thanks, man.
At least what it looks like after it's
Appreciate
been
that.
sitting in the jungle for nearly 2,000 years.
Appreciate that, man.
Is probably
Yeah.
ancient Maya royal homestead. As you can see, we have these
I watched the Pogo Pope natural stuck video, so I'm shooting earlier at the I'm shooting earlier before the dark room. As the dark room stone door entry goes up, Pogo Pope said to shoot as soon as you see a line in the horizontal door, like. So I started shooting pretty early. I think that might have been too early. Anyways. Said you gotta wait for that dot, the horizontal line to pass the dot. And then you shoot 9 bullets or something. I'm going for natural stuck. Thanks, man.
Insulating the palace, keeping everything nice and cool during the day. This would have been a place that you could hang out even during the hottest, most humid days and stay relatively cool, at least for ancient times. So where would people in a royal Maya family have slept? Well, they would have slept on artificial beds. Sometimes they would have slept on stone beds, or sometimes these are called stone benches. Now, they would have...
Oh, that might have been too early.
Well, we can only assume that at one
I think it
time
was too
these
early.
were very likely been beds for royal people to sleep. So these wooden beams that you see above me in the arched doorways, these are original beams. They've been here for just about
Yeah, it's too early.
years, maybe even pushing 1,500 years now. Those are the original beams. And of course, as you can guess, they would have been used to they would have been used for storage. They would have been used to support the roofs as well. But most of the time when you come and see ancient Maya ruins and you see these wooden beams in the arched ceilings, that's the original wood placed there by ancient Maya people. So over here in this flat area, overlooking the rest of the city, it can't be proven, but it's probably pretty likely that there were sacrificial rituals being performed right here. You know, people's heads being cut off,
that's
their
terrible.
hearts being ripped out, sacrifice to the god Kukulkan, chopped. Could be any plethora of gods. It's not really something that we can prove, but very likely there were sacrifices being performed here at one time, potentially even right here, for the rest of the city of Zabanche to see. One of the final things I want to show you is at the back interior of the center of the palace, or the top of this royal temple, is something that's pretty enigmatic, and its meaning hasn't been fully appreciated thus far. It's not even fully understood. But these T-shaped windows that are 100% intentional can be seen all over the ancient Americas, from North America to Central America, even South America. The purpose behind these and the significance is not yet known. Perhaps it's astronomical.
Why?
Perhaps it is esoteric.
How did that even
or
happen?
symbolic of some sort. But it's just something I wanted to show you. So there's a whole wide range of architectural styles,
Like
and
now.
building styles throughout the world. Of
That was
America,
pretty good.
Specifically in the Maya world. This is just one example.
Yeah,
of
see?
an ancient royal
Exactly.
temple or,
Thank you,
top
Pogo
of the
Pope. It's
pyramid
too slow, though.
could have even been used as
And I don't have
towers.
much
These are all
health.
things that we can prove
I think I got 2
But
boosts
just
though.
an example of what the world of the ancient
On
Mayans
the
would have
slow
been like
pause. I mean, I don't know. Let's see.
It's pretty amazing.
Could have been faster. My B press could be better on that door.
So, we're on top of the Maya pyramid.
Yeah, this is fun though, playing this level again.
In the middle of the jungles of Campeche.
Playing GoldenEye again.
Earliest estimates are about 550 BC were the first inhabitants to live here, and it wouldn't reach its height for another 1,000 years. And even beyond that, people lived here for another 600 years. This pyramid and the pyramids surrounding here have some of the greatest architectural art styles found anywhere throughout the ancient Mayan world. This is one of the greatest spectacles of the Rio Bec art style. Incredibly intricate architecture. Incredibly fine stonework on the casing stones. Look at these casing stones. Some of the finest stonework you see anywhere in the ancient world. On the exteriors of the temples, it would have been painted a bright red with cinnabar. This would have been an immaculate place to be from. What we're standing in right now is very likely the king's courtyard. If you look up here, perhaps right there is a better example. These inner chambers right here have
brutal.
vaulted ceilings, so they would have arched over. It's the same thing over here on this side. But there's no evidence that I can see that the squared off area that we're standing in right now ever had a ceiling. So I'm guessing that this was like an Acropolis garden courtyard in the middle. But over here I'll show you, just like we've seen before, very likely the king's chamber. So we got a bench, you know, perhaps food would have been made over here, perhaps a little bit of shrine. Up here would have been the king's bed, potentially. He would have had an
Oh, the
incredible view of
roll,
the city.
really? Come on.
Some pyramids all the way around. All of this jungle foliage would have been cleared out. And down here, in the corner of this room. Also,
Oh,
another
brutal.
thing I should point out. Notice the trapezoidal pyramids, or the trapezoidal doorways, how the walls lean in on each other. This is something that we see in ancient Peru at the ancient Inca sites. Perhaps evidence that there
Oh,
were
wow.
merchants
Isn't that just
coming
amazing?
back and forth between Mesoamerica and South America, trading ideas with each other. It's not commonly accepted that that was happening, but we see little hints of that all throughout the Maya and the Inca world. But the king would have been able to stand up here can address this subject from above.
Come on,
If you
man.
look off into the distance, you can see a pyramid rising just over the canopy. Right now we're going to head inside the chamber that I first saw when we arrived. Most likely, this area would have been potentially just a homestead or a room to avoid the heat and the humidity, but also this seems symbolic. When you walk in here, it does seem ritualistic. So, definitely a bed or a bench here of some kind.
What the fuck is that?
These walls, they show right here, 3.5 feet thick. Insulated.
Yo, Skyratic, thanks, man.
The heat out. It's
Appreciate
very
that.
hot and humid here right now. As soon as we walk in, I can feel that cool air coming through.
I need some good luck on the on my like animations today. These guards, man. These guards are really ridiculous today.
This is the opening to the chamber we saw.
That was my fault.
Insanely tall, insanely detailed architecture here.
Thanks, Skyratic.
The
Appreciate
Rio
that.
style is unlike anything seen in the Maya world. The murals are encoded into the walls. The pyramids themselves scaling almost straight up. It's like having to climb up a pyramid.
If the ads are an issue, there's ad blockers on Firefox. Install those, they're working again. If you're on a PC, Firefox.
I think almost certainly these inner chambers are meant for a ritualistic purpose. Not always do I buy the story that they made these walls so thick and made these dark tunneling labyrinths to resemble Xibalba, the Maya underworld, which
Oh, brutal.
be symbolic of caves. You know, these were scientific people who were very intelligent, and of course, when they went inside caves, they knew that big, thick, insulated walls that caves have, of course, provide a cool, cold, damp area to escape the heat.
Oh, this
However,
like this
here,
is fast.
very
It's
obvious
really fast.
that
No.
rituals are being performed. I think that
Suck.
look at this right here on the ground. There are still
It really
Maya
suck.
people here today coming and performing rituals. Probably the bone of a small bird of some kind being sacrificed here. This is 100% evidence that Maya rituals, sacrifices are still being performed today. Look at all of these bones. Wow. People have been performing sacrificial rituals to the god Chak or Kukulkan in this city for 2,500 years. I can't believe we found this. This is still happening today. Wow. Alright, let's continue. So, a royal priest or anybody in the royal family would have ascended out of Xibalba and been in their grand garden. This is amazing. Next thing, I want to take you guys
Oh,
out
like what?
to show you where
Like
all of these high
how?
priests, potentially the lords, serving the king living up here would have lived. To do that, we've got to go back down the pyramid's staircase.
Oh man.
So, one of the things I was noticing when we were walking on the steps is look at how perfectly, almost symmetrical and
He was
uniform
like,
all of
ugh.
a lot of times in the Maya world, the jungle grows so densely over the ruins that, like I've said so many times, the roots grow into the blocks and they rip the blocks apart.
It's like he intentionally threw it away from you there.
They end up looking like this out here, where the casing stones have been pulled apart by the.
Oh, what? I guess I guess I'm shooting it away. That's my fault.
So look at this right here. A lot of times the Maya don't get credit because they didn't move megaliths or didn't usually move big blocks. Well, a lot of times that is a misconception because a lot of the big blocks are
Let's go.
torn apart and they're laying scattered
Come on.
around in the jungle and over the last several hundred
What the
years,
fuck was
Spanish
that running
troops
around
come in
bullshit,
and
man?
they
Like,
quarry the blocks is because they're already carved.
guess gotta aim up a little more.
In their cities. But here we see some perfectly preserved blocks. look at the stone masonry here. This would have all been a extremely vibrant red painted with cinnabar. So this entire pyramid that you're seeing would have been gleaming red with accents of green and blue. You might be able to see some of the red right here. I'm not sure if it shows up on camera, but it could be very.
Like that's so much longer. That's so much slower.
Look at this. Excellent stone masonry going down huge blocks on the case of stone. But over time, very likely, when this site was rediscovered by explorers around the turn of the century, there were probably trees growing all the way up on top of the pyramid. It could have looked like a huge mountain. Becomes excavated, the casing stones have been ripped off. I mean, these pyramids have probably been excavated, quarried, and then foliage has grown over them multiple times. And it's just
I have sound off, so I can't hear if he picks up the AI or not. So like when he drops it,
look at the stone masonry.
like I wasted way too much time there.
This may have just been a symbolic staircase for
I turned my sound up
design.
after the pause,
The
after
real
the
back
first pause,
is
to hear the
something
glass.
beyond anywhere that I personally seen in my world. Look at that. That's just a remnant of how bright red these would have been. It's a bit darker than it likely would have been in its day, but this entire pyramid would have been gleaming red. Imagine when the sun is setting and it's shining on the pyramid, it would have gone from a bright red during the day to this dark, burnt red. You would have had incense and pots sitting up on top of the pyramid, fires lit. It would have been an amazing place to see. Look at these nooks back there. Could be evidence of multi-stage construction. Perhaps this right here was the front of the pyramid at one time. Staircases coming down. Another part of the building.
Holy fuck, what's he shooting?
Check this out. So
I don't need. I need more bullets for the strat. I need more bullets.
Are just the pyramid standing like this. But look at the flat ground. This right here.
That's okay. That'll make me quit out shitty runs more often too.
Evidence of right here. This isn't a modern staircase. This is an ancient staircase. This entire city, all four pyramids in the main part of this plaza are standing on top of a larger pyramid platform. If this was taken into consideration, many of the Maya sites are some of the biggest pyramids anywhere in the entire world, sometimes by far.
Come on,
So
man.
coming up here, on the back side of the pyramid, you can swing over here and show the rest of the pyramid. That's the pyramid that we were just on top of. And on the back side of the pyramid is very likely the housing for all the high priests and lords and maybe the extended royal family. So we'll start over here and we'll go that way. So a lot of the interiors of the buildings, it's not dissimilar to things that we've seen before, but in the Riobeck art style, or the architectural style, we have these murals. These are
Fucking hell, man.
that we really don't see as much of, or as much of a prominence of, in many other ancient Maya sites. So in here, this would have been the place of a royal family of some kind, or a high priest or lord. You'd have beds on this side, you'd have a cache potentially for an offering or storage. Potentially under here you'd have something as well. There's something living down there. Over here you have another bed, another cache. And then coming from here, you probably have the patriarch and the matriarch of the family with their giant bed here. And a cache, potentially for storage or for offerings as well. We'll come over here. A lot of it is much of the same. A lot of it is much of the same. In here we see almost the same thing, but we don't see any beds. Could this be indicative of this being that
Jeez,
single
game.
storage area, or was this just a home with no beds at all? A lot of these things you can't necessarily prove.
Gotta go for the head. I gotta aim up more.
Right here, just to show this, you can see the rounded corners on the end. This is pretty unique to this area of the Maya wall.
definitely showing the extremely skilled stonemasons that once lived here. One thing that I love about the Rio Beck architectural style, is all of these ruins have little nooks and crannies. It's not uniform across any site. It's never the same. This is surely indicative of there being some kind of ancient blueprints, perhaps an architectural guild or an architect's guild. Every site is a little bit different than the other. And this site, above all, I think might be the most complex that I've seen in person thus far. From here we have a triad of chambers.
Come on, Borat. Like, come on, man. What type of comment is that? Like, that's just too much.
On this side we see murals of ancient Maya deities. Very well preserved.
Wow. I'm just like shocked.
Ancient Rio Beck art style. It's only seen mostly, for the most part, in this area of Campeche.
I'm truly shocked.
But we see the inspiration of it in other Cooper region sites as well. But this would have been the inner chamber of some kind of Maya lord, likely a high priest. You can see, very well preserved is that bright red cinnabar paint that would have coated the entire structure there. Look at the size of these blocks used on the corner. This would have all been stone roofing as well. But
I didn't aim up high enough.
very likely at one point in
God
time,
damn it, I
this
really
structure
suck,
was
man.
covered over by the jungle. Trees grow down inside the chambers, rip the blocks apart, and the roofs fall
I'm
through.
gonna aim up.
And then when it's all excavated, the rubble is taken out. Very likely, up on top as well, there was another chamber with an outer wall and a roof on top of it as well. And all of that came crashing down at one point in antiquity after the fall of the mine. So headed up into another residential chamber here. We see another bench or a bed. And then right here we see, these could be benches or beds. They could just be decorated staircases. We see a wheel. We see these trapezoidal
Oh, that was it.
triangles angling down.
Just gonna aim up a little more.
Rio Beck design here. And then extending further into the chamber. If you guys are ever in Campeche, Rio Beck, Maya area, you have to come check out Becon. This is probably some of the most detailed, most intricate ancient temples that I have ever seen anywhere. in
Oh
Maya
shit, what a start, man. That was sick. That was really nice. Oh, let's go.
So, we're here in the middle
It's the God run.
of a ruined jungle just
No.
outside of the ancient city of Zabanche. What I want to do is take you guys all the way around this complex I found. It's completely buried by the jungle, but you can still see it very easily. Come this way. You can see a small temple complex beneath here. Now, these longer structures, these are indicative of the late classic to early post-classic era. So, we continue going down this way. And you can see that this is part of the structure. Comes up in here to a junction over here. See all right here. This here, the response to the jungle. Right here. Check this out. Blocks tumbling down. What people don't realize is that
dogs.
Hey there, boys. Okay. You can keep going. Are you filming? Well, we found some ancient Maya dogs in the jungles here in Mesoamerica. But all through these jungles, people don't realize it. It's a pincushion for ancient cities. Everywhere that you drive, you look off into these
I don't think I
see
picked up a
ancient
grenade.
Maya mounds and cities. You can see the city structures, the landscapes. Hey, boys. All right, follow me. We're gonna go all the way around.
The fuck,
Can you
man.
see this whole area right here? Even up above me, you can see this is probably a 50-foot pyramid ascending, mostly covered by the jungle foliage. I mean, we have trees that are hundreds of years old growing on top of these temples.
What?
Keep following me down here. This is only halfway through the city complex. Look up there. This is all one continuous structure. Make sure you're always watching out for snakes when you're going through the jungles of Mesoamerica. In the United States, we don't have as many insanely potently venomous snakes as we do here in Central America or Mexico. The fertilance of which is said to be sometimes 3 times as venomous as the Western diamondback rattlesnake or the Eastern diamondback rattlesnake. It's the last snake you want to get bit by. Keep going. Right up there in the corner of that complex, you can really see the blocks kind of peeking through.
Oh, that was nice. Come on, baby.
We're about halfway through the city now. Or
Let's go.
maybe not a city, but this is a plaza complex.
Oh, this is like perfect. Come on.
Right here.
Please. Like, please, game.
Falls down.
Oh, come on, game.
Meshes into a lower structure, and then it comes back up. You can see from here, all the way down over there, all the way back over there. This is all been
Wow, insane. One went to the glass. I guess they didn't lure the other guy.
Now, as I'm standing here thinking about it, I'm realizing that this is kind of like a U-shaped plaza, like things that we see in the Coral Supe culture in the sacred Peru Valley, like we see at Shabin de Hontar, like we see at Tiwanaku in South America. I'm not saying that
Scene
there's a
start.
connection here, but it's possible that merchants and traders
Oh, I knew
came
it.
from South America
Come back
up
to
into
haunt me.
Central America into what is modern-day Mexico, and that these structural alignments, that these structural architectural styles last throughout the centuries. And it seems about here, this is where the structure ends. So this is one complete U-shaped complex. Pan back around this one. It's one U-shaped complex all the way around. Massive temples. You can only imagine what this would have looked like in its heyday. Painted red with cinnabar, potentially painted blue and green as well. The blue Maya paint, the source of that has never actually been discovered before. I can't imagine what this would have looked like in its heyday. This central plaza area, flattened out, would have been a market during the day, possibly also a place for the rulers or the divine Maya councils to address the subjects of the Maya world. All surrounding here are big, open farmland where Maya people would have farmed and raised maize, corn, avocados, other crops. It's amazing. Sites like this are literally scattered all throughout the Yucatan Peninsula, potentially millions of them. It's amazing.
Oh, brutal.
So, as you can see right behind me, it's why it's so nearly impossible to find these giant, colossal lost cities in the middle of the Maya jungle. Often
Come on, man.
is one of the biggest Maya pyramids ever built, and you can only see the very top structure of it. When you're flying over in a plane and you're looking down, these look like giant hills or small mountains. Right now we're in the second largest rainforest in the entire world, the northern Petén, but on the Mexican side of it, second only to the Amazon. Even walking around this archaeological site, the pyramid that we're standing on, we couldn't even see it when we were more than 100 yards away. It's completely covered up by the jungle foliage. Almost impossible to find these sites. You need airplanes to fly LiDAR.
Come on, how did I miss
Going
him?
around solely on foot isn't going to cut it. It wasn't until the 1980s that archaeologists actually were able to determine that this city was the great Kalak Mul itself, the starter, the catalyst of all of the wars of the Peten and the Maya world. One of the greatest mighty kingdoms of all of the Maya world right here. And the jungle has eaten away at it and eroded all of the stela, or all of the stelae that are around the city. Its history was almost completely destroyed by the rainforest. One of the reasons that the Maya built pyramids this colossal was, one, to escape the hot weather, humidity, and the mosquitoes that plague the jungles of Central America and Mexico. Secondly, was also very likely in these flat.
What am I stuck
rolling
on?
very likely for defense. I mean, in the evening, you'd be able to see smoke pluming out from the jungle if you had approaching tribes or strange tribes coming to attack you. It was also to study astronomy. I mean, these are some of the biggest skies that you're going to be seeing anywhere in the world. You would be able to see stars as soon as they come over the horizon. That's why all of these cities are astronomically aligned to certain astronomical bodies. There's one other thing I want to show you. The oldest Maya city found, known as El Mirador, they think may be the Fertile Crescent of the Maya world, and it can actually be seen from the Great Pyramid of Kalak Mul, right up here. Now it's tough to see, but I'll show you where you can see it. So right this way, peering south into the deeper Peten rainforest.
Oh, that grind is so slow.
The ancient Maya city of El Mirador dates back to around just before 200 BC. Estimated, or thought to be the Fertile Crescent of the Maya world. A
Fine.
colossal city with
Might I just have to take that hope for an animation of a one booster?
and you can barely see it peering over the horizon here. And in between here and there, it's about 43 kilometers
Hopefully
out.
have more ammo.
There's an innumerable amount of cities. Between
More
here and
ammo
El
would solve
Mirador,
everything.
which is south, just barely to the west, and all west to east. There's an unknown amount of cities. It's an uncharted jungle that has never fully been explored. There has been no aerial surveys, no LiDAR surveys of this area. And just between Tikal and El Mirador in a straight line, they found upwards of 5 to 6 cities alone. That's in a straight line, not charting east or west. You can only imagine what lies in the jungles far south of Kalak Mul. One of the reasons it's so hard, another reason it's so hard
It's a good run.
to find
No, what?
giant Maya cities deep in the jungles of the Peten.
It's really fast.
The rainforest
No.
claims back everything that man has built. Look how high up we are in this pyramid. And there's a colossal, I think that this is a ceiba tree growing into the pyramid. At one point in time before this site began excavation, this entire pyramid, the exterior, for the most part, would have looked a lot like this. Incredibly dense jungle. A pyramid this size, the sides that aren't excavated, you can't see it until you've reached its base and you're standing at the foot of the pyramid. Imagine ascending off through the Peten jungle out here, trying to find a lost city of some kind. It'd be next to impossible. It makes me imagine the type of stone structures that we can see in the center of the Amazon when you're moving in from the
What
west
the fuck?
and into the central of the Amazon where you hit stone, where it goes from clay bedrock to stone bedrock. There was certainly ancient stone cities, perhaps similar to this, that Francisco de Orellana certainly saw and that he documented when he was going down the Amazon River and its tributaries. So, there's one more thing I want to show you on these giant pyramids here at Kalak Mul. If you look over there, you can see the one that we were just on. I think we can get a bit better of a view
of the ancient city of El Mirador from the top of this pyramid. So if we stand here and we look off just to the southwest, we might be able, from here, we might be seeing just a glimpse of El
Why?
Mirador.
Why would it still do
One of the
two
most
lines?
mysterious,
Like, why?
certainly the most significant ancient city of the pre-classic era, reaching its height around 200 BC, maybe just a bit before that. It's amazing how completely remote this jungle is, but yet at the same time, all
I
around
didn't need to reload.
just beneath the canopy. It's very likely that there are thousands more temples just beyond what's known. Over the last couple days, in the last few episodes, we've been at sites that have, like Bekhan, have just a few hundred structures. I believe Bekhan is estimated to be about 400 structures in total. Whereas Kalak Mul has an estimated 6,000 structures that have been detected on LiDAR, and that's just what they know of. That's just within the small range, where you see these first horizons off in the distance. But beyond that, there's undoubtedly more cities. It's just a pinhole all throughout this area with almost no room left for more pins to be added. You could walk in a straight line, and by the time you reach the end of the jungle, you would have certainly hit 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 structures in total. At least you would see a city of some kind. It's estimated that only 1% of Mesoamerica has been studied properly. And it's estimated that around 60% of Mesoamerica hasn't even been named or charted yet. And it's interesting that people say that the age of exploration is ended. But as I stand here in the middle of the Peten, the northern Peten, I don't even think exploration in this area has really begun yet. There's so much more left to see. It's been estimated that it might take 300 more years to fully understand just the sites that have been located. Imagine everything else that's out there in the jungle. So I think we spent enough time up on the top of these colossal pyramids here at Kalak Mul. We're going to head down and I'm going to show you just how many ancient structures lie buried beneath the sediment, beneath the canopy of the Peten rainforest. So a lot of times, if you go down into the outskirts of archaeological sites and you look and see what more primitive sites look like, it looks like stairways just appear out of the side of a hill, or that they fade into the side of the hill. Look at how much, if you show right here, I mean, how would you even know that this was an archaeological site walking by? And it only looks like this. Now, it's not the case for every single site, but it's certainly the case for many sites. Also, look at this right here. When a lot of people say that the Maya didn't move megaliths, in some cases I beg to differ. That is a huge, huge stone. Here's another huge cornerstone down here. And in the back, it seems to be very rare, but the Maya certainly did move megaliths. And it's only at places like here at Kalak Mul that as we do more and more excavations that go back further and further into time, we're going to see what so many archaeologists have been saying, that the Maya moved their biggest stones at the very beginning of their civilization. Let's keep going. So, last thing I want to show you guys is even here at Kalak Mul, with the estimated 6,000 structures at this ancient city, the vast majority of them are completely unexcavated. Look at this temple right here. As you can see, countless amount of trees, vines are growing into the pyramid, ripping the blocks apart from each other. Huge tree over here, pretty big tree here. This probably goes, I don't know, what do you think, 30 meters that way? And it's maybe 10 meters tall.
Yeah.
Much bigger than House Mountain. Could have been this could be at the corner of a plaza. Let's find out. Because if we get up to this top and we see more pyramidal structures on the other side, that means this is a corner of the plaza. And we're doing this all without some Right about as I thought. If you kind of pan the camera around a little bit. Come step over here. Pan the camera around. There's no way. If this is a plaza,
There's so many snakes in the tropical forest. It's crazy.
It's either a three-sided plaza or a four-sided plaza. So very likely, as this goes straight, there might be another pyramidal structure or a platform going this way, another one coming that's parallel with this, or potentially another one right there. Let's go down a little bit further and see if we can tell.
I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try the right side. It's definitely faster, more consistent.
I'm gonna throw up on the map how insanely far into the jungle we are right now. Eli, you can tell them it's not possible to see other structures that are right next to us. The only structure that we can see is the structure that we're standing on. So we're standing on what I think is very likely the flat part of a Maya plaza. But as I look around, the old phrase that it's not possible to see a pyramid that's more than 15 feet or 15 meters in front of you is so true, because the only pyramidal structure I can see is the one that we're standing on right now. But I think very likely there could be 2 or 3 others cornering this one, potentially one parallel. But this is why in these jungles it's almost impossible to find a lost city. You need a lead of some kind, maybe somebody who knows something somewhere off in the distance. But just heading off into the jungle straight without a clue of any kind, without identifying a major water source. There are reservoirs around Kalak Mul, so if we were to look in satellite imagery of, aerial viewing around the jungles of the Peten or the Lacandone jungle, which I want to do eventually, like I know about the Laguna Lacanha, or the Laguna Lacandone near Bonampak. That would be a great place to start, and then you start looking on the peripherals of that body of water. But just heading straight off into the jungle, it's going to be tremendously hard.
Brutal.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that there's a structure right there, but if you pan off, I can't see anything at all. I'm in the middle of the Campeche jungle, just north of Kalak Mul, probably on the very outskirts of Kalak Mul, where you're starting to reach, you're getting away from a mega metropolis of a Maya city and getting into a smaller Maya city. It's not a very well-known site. Can't find any photos of it on Google, so this is going to be the very first time, I believe, that it's ever been documented. So, should be pretty cool.
So on the final day of our expedition, as we were leaving Kalak Mul, we got the chance to follow a local ranger to an archaeological site that had just been discovered because of looters and artifacts that had never been seen before ending up on the black
I
market.
didn't need to reload.
So, this right here is an ancient tomb built by the Maya as a well, just like we built for ourselves today. So they would have been able to get water out of here. And when you're going through the jungle, this is one of this and aqueducts that you might find, but I don't think the aqueducts are here in Campeche, just north of the Peten rainforest. But choltuns like this, these big holes in the jungle, are very indicative of a Maya site being nearby. We're gonna see the foothills of an ancient city first, and then we'll likely get into a larger sacred plaza. But I've never seen any photos of this site before. I have no idea what this thing jungles, it really just depends on the environment. But if you pan around, this really isn't that dense. It kind of comes and goes in density. And I'm not 100% sure, I've never seen a study of this, if these, yeah, we see if these thinner areas of foliage are indicative of the Maya inhabiting this area and deforesting it to build their city, and it's just taken this long to grow back for whatever reason, or if it's just how the forest actually works. But not all the time is it really such a blinding trek through the jungle to find something. I would say my initial idea or thought would be that a lot of the foliage grows straight up into the air and that not so much grows in the jungle floor. I'm interested in seeing the state of these ruins that we come across. This could be a perfect look at essentially a virgin site. What an ancient city would look like when you first come across it. So, if you look right here, you can see small. I think this whole area was potentially house mounds of some kind. So the Maya would have built a house like this, and then potentially built a thatched wood hut on top of it. Kind of at the foot of those Kalak mules. So perhaps we're seeing the ruins of small Maya neighborhoods. That's a structure that, see that tree growing there? It's a whole structure there. Actually, it looks like it goes down in there. Yeah, definitely a structure of some kind that tree is growing over. But we're definitely getting closer to the city now. You probably can't see. That is an enormous pyramid sitting in the middle of the jungle. Wow. Let's get close. All this rubble
Goes on.
Alright, so now we're going to walk around the base of it. And I think there may be a clearer entrance. We should probably stay with our party. Otherwise I would just scale it. I hope it shows up on video. This is a long-range structure. I'm not even sure how long. Huge blocks tumbling down the side of the platform. These long-range structures are indicative of the Terminal Classic. Maybe around 700 to 850 AD is when these began to be built, especially down here.
Now, these long-range structures are commonly found among sites that we attribute to the late Classic or late Classic terminal period of the Maya, which is somewhere around 750 to 800 AD.
This site is enormous. And this has never been documented on a large stage before. You can't Google this. You can't find this on YouTube. It's amazing. Let's go up top. See, we can see this is a, just like when you were at Kalak Mul, I bet you this is one side of a plaza because it goes down over there. So I bet you that this is either a platform or part of a platform, and on the other side we're going to be sitting in the middle of a plaza. Look at this. Top of this pyramid. This is what sites look like, virgin. Completely untouched in the last at least 1,200 years. Potentially longer than that. You want to go up?
Let's go.
Watch out. I like to feel like the baths on top of the rocks where the sunlight is. Should get out of there.
Of course. You told me I should record your death.
So we're about to be up at the top. I don't know anything about this site. I tried to read about it online, but I couldn't see anything done about excavations or surveys. I'm not sure if at the top of this temple, or at the top of this pyramid, there's going to be a temple or not, but it's worth seeing. Okay, so no way. That's a tube.
I can't get a good shot of it.
I think it's a, it's actually a lunar trench. Did you hear those boulders that fell down? This is a lunar trench. So they dug out the side of this pyramid. They dug out the side of the pyramid looking for artifacts. Well, before I saw this, I was going to say, there's another peak up there. Okay, so this is something I'm not familiar with. I'm not quite familiar with what this structure is. I thought it was just a pyramid at first, but it seems like now it leads up to a flat plaza. Unless this is the top of a pyramid right here. It looks like that slopes down. And that right there is the actual peak.
Now, this site is just north of Kalakmul, which may mean that it was built at some time at the beginning of the Terminal Classic period, just after the fall of the Classical period, as the cultures are beginning to move from the Patan northward. But as I look back on what we found there, it's a bit of a conundrum. While we saw several long-range structures that again indicate the late Classic Maya, I also recognize that the construction of that larger pyramid was a copy of La Danta and El Tigre at El Mirador, which is located in Guatemala. However, that site is attributed to the pre-Classic Maya sometime around 200 BC, which is over 1,000 years older and believed to have been abandoned sometime around 100 AD, which means that it's possible that this site that we found may have retained some kind of importance, which inspired this pyramid building style, even 1,000 years later. Or this site is actually 1,000 years older than Calakmul and is actually contemporaneous with El Mirador, putting it in that group with the oldest Maya cities ever discovered.
Be really, really careful here. This is the actual top of the pyramid. Watch out for the think I see another looter's trench. I think, so they were digging down into the trench, or they were digging this trench to try to find a tomb. There's no telling if they did actually find anything or not. I don't see any artifacts left on the surface. Wow. No telling when this was done. People who live out on the sticks in Campeche, they know about these sites out in the jungle. But they don't tell the government because, you know, they have opportunity to loot artifacts. Sell them off. Look at the view from up here. It's a lot cooler up here too. This is another trench right here. No telling what anybody found if they did find anything. Can you see how steep this is right here? So what I'm thinking is, all right, we're in the middle of the Terminal Classic here. Possibly inspired by El Mirador. That's the feeling I'm getting from being up on this pyramid. Not nearly as large, but it feels like a pyramid with a platform on top that has two other temples above that. So they kind of angle in, it's flat, and there's a larger pyramid on the back. Like La Danta and El Tigre in Guatemala, which is just maybe, I don't know, 50 kilometers from here through the jungle. That's a crow fly. Look at this, a lot of exposed rock over here. You can see how the foliage has just ripped through the pyramid. This would have been excellently constructed at one point, but the limestone has just eroded over the last over 1,000 years. Not nearly in the state that it once was. This would have all been painted a bright red at one time with accents of blue and green. But over 1,200 years of trying to be preserved in a rainforest, it looks like this. All right, let's go down and see what else we find. So over here, I think this might confirm what I was thinking about this type of structure. I see a sheer space right here. Watch this thing. Look how far down this goes. This is an enormous pyramid. It's exactly what I thought. I think that this is built exactly like El Mirador, just on a smaller scale. Can you see how far down this is? This is a giant pyramid with 3 temples on top and a larger one in the center, with the largest one in the center. That's what we were just on top of, that we found the looter's trench on either side. And here's the sheer face off of the end. I don't even know how tall this is. Really tall though. Oh man. Okay, let's go back to the center plaza. See what else is on this side. So right below us is the city plaza. I'm pretty certain. Wow. Look up there. You can see the sheer face of the pyramid with the trees growing over it. And so right now, I think that we're standing in the plaza. There's another pyramid over there. So what's crazy is I think we're standing in a plaza with a pyramid there.
Please.
Can't see if there's any over there. There's a pyramid there and a pyramid there. So we're either standing on the outside of the plaza or the inside of the plaza with a pyramid above it that has two pyramids on top of that, which isn't a typical Mayan structure, but is kind of reminiscent of El Mirador. So, no, you're good. I was telling them when we were up on top of this pyramid, I was trying to pay attention to the structure of it, and as we came off on this side, it gets flat at the top, and there's two smaller temples, and there's a third one in the back in the middle. The only other place that you see that is La Danta and El Tigre at El Mirador. Yeah, so with this not being too far from it, I'm thinking it's, yeah.
Now, there's only a few ways to know how old a certain archaeological site is. We have pottery. We can look at various pottery shards and try to use relative dating to estimate what era occupied the site based on the style and artwork of the pottery. And we have carbon dating, where we could theoretically carbon date the bodies that were buried here or bodies that were found here and get a rough idea of at least when these bodies were buried and at least how old this site must be. But unfortunately, we have never found any bodies at this site, as far as I know. And I didn't see any pottery fragments, but I really wasn't there long enough to get a decent look. So how do we date a site based on the fact that we have no pottery remains and no biological remains? Well, there's a number of other ways, but I think there's something here that really gives us a good hint. When I was climbing that main pyramid, I noticed that about halfway up, it led to a pyramidal platform. Imagine taking a pyramid and slicing the top half off so you have a pyramid that leads to a platform. That's what we call a pyramidal platform. And on top of that platform, there were three more smaller pyramids, one to the right, one to the left, and a larger one about twice as tall on the back side. And I immediately recognized this as a triadic pyramid complex. And this is a tradition of pyramid building that was at its height during the pre-classic period around 200 BC. Now, the pre-classic of the Maya is sort of like ancient Egypt's Old Kingdom. So in ancient Egypt, you have the Old Kingdom, you have the Intermediate Period, you have the Middle Kingdom, you have another Intermediate Period, and then you have the New Kingdom. Well, in the Maya world, it's exactly the same way. We have the pre-classic, then we have a terminal period, then we have the classic, another terminal period, and then the post-classic. So these triadic pyramid complexes were constructed in pre-classic at the very beginning of Maya civilization. That's really exciting. And that's exactly the sense that I got. When I was standing on the pyramid, I felt like it was a smaller version of the La Danta and El Tigre pyramids at El Mirador, just some 50 miles away. But then I have to think, okay, is it possible that the Maya at this site actually were contemporaneous with Calakmul? So around 1,000 years after El Mirador, after the pre-classic. And is it possible that they were building these structures just to harken back to this legendary ancient time of the pre-classic Maya? That's possible, but I tried to rattle my brain of all the pyramids throughout the Maya world that I've seen, all of which have been classic era to post-classic era. I have never actually seen a triadic pyramid complex with my own eyes. Even among the great large pyramids at Calakmul, they are not really the iconic triadic pyramids that you see in the pre-classic era. And Occam's razor tells me that this may actually be a pre-classic Maya pyramid having its origins all the way back at the beginning of Maya civilization.
Okay, so we're on the back side of the plaza. This pyramid is more sheer than the other one. So, guess we gotta go to the top since we're here. Watch out for snakes here. Oh, it goes up way further than you think. Oh my God. Look right here. Big looter's trench. Huge. I think there's another one over here to the left. Yep. Still rolling?
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody's been here. Somebody's been here looting around. Let's come over here. There's a bigger looter's trench. This is the biggest one at this site. So look up here. This was either once a room at one point with a chamber inside, or looters have come in, I don't know, sometime over the last 1,200 years and dug this all out looking for tombs. See if there's anything left. Yeah. Looks more like a looter's trench to me. There's no uniform block laying here. So what we're looking at is Patan style temples that may have had a palace built on top that's crumbled in antiquity, or it was a giant temple with a thatch and wood home built on top that would have certainly been a palace to a royal family, a lord of some kind, maybe a shaman that lived up here. Or perhaps this was purely ceremonial. Maybe we would know if there were any artifacts here that looters had left, but it's all pretty lost to history. Let's go up top, see if there's anything. I think this tree's pretty stable. So, we're up on top of the pyramid now. This is a huge structure. And there's another looter's trench over here. With such close proximity to Kalak Mul, even though we're literally in the middle of the jungle, people still know about this. They come out, look, they just looted the whole pyramid. But there's another looter's trench over here. At least worth seeing. How much would you love to see how much would you love to see a jade mask just laying on the surface here? Come over here, you don't have to go down, but I'm gonna take a look. Definitely seeing another looter's trench here. No telling what kind of artifacts are lost. If this even was a tomb, that is, they could have done all this work and not got anything from it at all. Let me step down in here. Yeah. I'm not seeing anything that would make me think that this temple actually had an interior at one point in antiquity. I think that this was probably, oh God. I think that this was probably a ceremonial temple in its day. I don't think anybody actually lived here. Ah, those aloe vera plants do hurt. Oh man. And what we've looked at this whole video, careful there, that's hollow. What we've looked at this whole video, oh my God, there's another trench here. What we've looked at this whole video, it's just one pyramid, a plaza, and another one, with a few little mound houses in the foothills out there. I mean, this is a major site that has absolutely no excavation at all other than looting. I'm gonna check out this one. Yeah. You know, another thing about these looters' trenches is, you know, they never know if they're digging at the right place. Like in Spoo Hill, the tomb that we crawled down inside of, that was at the bottom of the pyramid. So sometimes maybe a king of a Maya site dies, and then they construct a pyramid literally over his grave, and his grave is on the ground level. So I'm sure a lot of this this trench looting was done for nothing. Maybe they found pottery shards on the surface, maybe, but that'd be more likely to be seen at the bottom, near the base of the pyramid. Let's see if I can try to get back up here. Look how loose all these are. I can't even grab anything. Oh my God. Okay, this is the one we saw earlier. Never mind. All right, let's go back down, see more of the city. So we were walking back through here the second time, and I don't know why I didn't think of this clean log right here. And I was thinking, what is this doing here? But then I thought, I bet you that this right here was a tree that grew into the side of the temple here. They cut down the tree, and when the tree falls, it lifts out half of the temple and rips it open. And then they start digging in, hoping to find something. And I bet you if we went all the way around, we would probably find logs of looters cutting it down with a chainsaw. So this is definitely done in modern times. Cutting it down with a chainsaw, the tree cut down and rips the side of the pyramid. So, man, I wish like people would log things, like whatever they found, log it anonymously somehow before they sell it on the black market, because, I mean, there could be artifacts found here. There could be Maya codices. I guarantee you all the codexes that Diego de Landa burned in Merida, the thousands, tens of thousands of codices that destroyed all the Maya history could be buried in tombs in places like this. And when they're sold on the black market, they're gone forever. Oh yeah, yeah. Una plaza, dos plazas, tres plazas.
Una, dos, tres, cuatro y hay una más hacia abajo, 5.
Wow.
No rebasan los 25 metros las estructuras.
Incredible.
Este tiene diferente estilo de construcción, es
¿Estilo?
una elevación y en la parte de arriba tiene terminación.
Really?
Ella es como que más estilo petén, pues hacia arriba.
The stela that he's talking about, ask me if it's still there. No? Was it taken?
Posiblemente haya, pero están enterradas.
Oh, there could still be stela. Wow. Oh my God. Okay, so we came back down the pyramid that we were just on, and I got to see the first one that we were on from a different angle. Man, I don't know if this shows up the way it should on camera, but I mean, this is enormous, man. we're seeing it like what you guys are seeing on camera and what I'm seeing here for the first time. This is my first time seeing a city virgin, untouched like this, other than looters' trenches. When the great explorers came in the 1800s, early 1900s, this is what a lot of the state of the ruins look like. You know what we should do? Is we should find an expedition to come out here for like a week and map this site. Be the first people to map it. I guarantee you that there's stelae here. Take good photos of them. Document everything that's here. Because if we don't do it, nobody's going to do it. The Maya train, that's what the Mexican government is focused on, is the Maya train. They're going to be focused on their big sites like Calakmul, which is, 40 kilometers that way in the jungle. A site like this is going to be left in ruins, it's going to be left to looters. And maybe if somebody came in and mapped it all, found something of significance like these pyramids, it sounds bad to say, they're significant, but there's so many of them that there's not a lot that the government can do about it. But we go through the jungle and we find a stele or stela standing 10 feet tall here telling the story of the city, and all of a sudden we learn the city's significance. Perhaps they had a war with Calakmul. Perhaps they were an ally to Calakmul and they helped Calakmul defeat Palenque, or they were at Yaxchilan. That's really far from here. If that's proven, this whole place is going to get cleared out and we're going to learn so much more. There's so many of these sites to be found. What's here? There's another pyramid. There's one right behind you. There's another one over here. This is insane. And all the people who really know about this are the looters. Wow. Look at this one. Look, there's another one here. Look up there. Man, you're talking about an enormous city. I had no idea. No, not at all. Look at the range of this structure. Somehow preserved in some way. So, yeah, this is a pretty well preserved, long range structure. Somehow, the foliage hasn't grown completely over it like we see at so many other sites. I don't quite understand that, but definitely late classic, like around 800 AD, maybe 700 AD, towards the end of Calakmul. It's just the kind of structures that we see around that time. It's around the end of the 10th or 11th Baktun, I believe. And it was a time when the Maya knew that they needed to change, so they were voluntarily migrating out of these areas, going up north and essentially building a new civilization, building what they didn't know would be the post-classic era. But this right here was built at the height, or right next to the height of the Maya. I mean, this is a huge place. If we find a stela, if we come back and really do this place justice, if we find a stela, it puts this place on the map. And the only people who have really been here to do any work are just looters and local people who, make some money by bringing people out here. But there's never been any actual work done here. Nothing good for the site. Okay, so I saw the structure from a bit further away. I thought I saw something over there. But immediately what was noticeable to me is the staircase. Look here. Look here. It's almost a straight line. See this first line? See the second line? See the third line? That's a staircase going all the way up the pyramid. But this tree has grown in the middle, and the roots have warped the staircase. But look how well preserved this one is. Wow. I mean, this is insane. To see a staircase, you know, you can make out the blocks. I can see it really well from here, actually.
You can see the red paint.
Really?
Come here. Get that work.
Wow. Wow.
The one above it too. That's what I was looking at.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So all of these temples, believe it or not, they would have been absolutely covered with a bright red paint that the Maya extracted from cinnabar. And these pyramids would have been covered in that. I mean, it's hard to imagine looking at this, that this whole thing would have been red, bright red. It would have been completely cleared out. No trees here, no trees on it, of course. No trees around here. All of these are plazas. It's amazing. Wow. Look at, you can show part of this staircase. This step. If you walk over here, you can see it really well. Look how well you can see this. That's the best preserved staircase I have personally seen. But actually, it's not the bottom of the staircase. That's the bottom. Wow. Man. Look at all this, all these structures here. Wow. This may be the tree. I mean, I'm not too familiar with ecology, but I think this is the tree that the Maya extracted cinnabar from. So some of the shades of red in here, that dark burnt orange color, it would have been brighter when they laid it on the stones, but I believe this is where they extract the paint from. I believe. It's all over the Maya world, which makes sense because there are a ton of Maya cities and they were all painted red. $200 just to know where this site is. Pretty good exchange. Man, look at the size of this one. This is probably, I can't even keep count, maybe the 15th pyramid that we've seen here. And I feel like we've hardly looked at the site. I can't believe there's been no actual archaeology done here. This site is only given a name because some people know about it, and they know about it because looters have come and picked stuff out of it. Look at this stone real quick. Look at the preservation on that. That's a stair step. Wow. Okay, anyways. There's a lot to see here. I hadn't thought about this before I came out here, but somebody independent needs to come out and map this whole place and find something to give this place a real name. A stela, maybe multiple stelae, something of that sort to give this place a name, to give it a meaning, to stop all the looting that's going on here, so that the Mexican government will take this site seriously. Because I mean, there's just so many out there. If you don't find hieroglyphs to give the site its context, then there's just nothing that they can really do. And even then, I don't know if they'll do anything at all. But man, if we come out here and find something, we can make history. And I think this would be a great starting point in launching annual or double annual expeditions in the future. I mean, I just feel like if I keep walking around, and I can't because we're on our second to last day, we have to get back to the airport tomorrow. If I keep walking around, I'm gonna find a stela. I think in the future, I really think in the future, before the Maya train blows this whole area up, we need to start coming out here on a regular basis, or at least come out here for a long time and try to find a stela of some kind to give this site context, find a hieroglyph of some kind, anything, and get it translated and figure out what this site really is and the significance of it, because it's enormous. If you guys like videos like this, please like and subscribe for more. I would love to be able to do this full time. And if I could do this full time, I would, and I'd make a ton of videos about it. And we'd see stuff that's never been seen before on YouTube, for sure. Well, I'm Luke Caverns, I'm an anthropologist. I really love the Maya, and I want to make a difference in this field as an independent anthropologist in a way that hasn't been done before. So, thank you all so much for your support. Looking forward to seeing you back in the jungle.
I want to give a huge thank you to my good friend Eli Spellman, who helped me film this series, Jungle of Stone. We both got heat stroked and both got very sick during this expedition, and it was really hard filming this series. And so I hope that you guys enjoyed it. Eli, I think you did a killer job. And as dangerous as some of these places that we went were, I told Eli that as long as he's holding the camera and it's filming, the cameraman never dies. So Eli, thank you so much, man. I really, really appreciate your hard work and your sacrifice coming out there and stepping foot into the jungle with me. I cannot wait to break ground on our next project. Anyway, I'm Luke Caverns. I hope that you have all enjoyed this series of Jungle of Stone so far. This has been something that I have always wanted to do since I was a little kid. I come from a lineage of explorers dating back to the 1890s, and it's kind of surreal to just still continue to do what my family has always loved to do. This is a very personal journey for me, as much as it is wanting to be methodical and research archaeology and return with archaeological data and learn more about the Maya, the Olmecs, or any other given ancient culture. It's also a personal journey for me. This is my dream. There's nothing else that I could ever imagine spending my life doing. And all of you being here, just supporting me, there's nothing that I could ever say or do to adequately repay you. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you guys so much for watching this series. And this is just the beginning. It's overwhelming. So thank you guys all so much. I'm Luke Caverns, and we'll see you next time on Jungle of Stone.
Okay, so we're standing on top of the triple tower at Stuvio. Triple massive towers. So we're down the way to front. Now, there's an Arc of Maya on the inside. Most of the time, I don't think that these inner chambers are necessarily indicative of Xibalba, the Maya underworld, but I think this one definitely is. Now, a lot of times when I'm in pyramids, I don't necessarily think that the big, thick, dense walls necessarily are symbolic of Xibalba, but I think this one definitely is.
super cool.
I'm glad you came, Eli.
See if he's sleeping. He's going to get to brace yourself between the walls. This was a team, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Definitely.
Oh shit, you okay?
Yep.
Spiders going in there?
Put it in. You want to give me the phone? The show? Scorpion spider somewhere scurried off. This was definitely a tune, my friends. So I'm pretty sure we're deep inside a tomb which revealed that I never knew existed. This is one of the sites that I read about in a book from the 1930s, the complete encyclopedia of Maya ruins. And all the way at the top of the third tower, there was an Arco Maya way up on the side of the pyramid. And we scaled the side of it, crawled down in. This was definitely a tomb here at the bottom. It goes all the top tombs. Oh man, crazy stuff. You can only see this in the Maya world, that's for sure.
You know, you guys having some fucking balls is pretty cool.
Okay, so we're walking down an ancient sock bay. Believe it or not, these roads are almost 2,000 years old. As we're walking with my group, I'm like, you guys look to the left? That's a pyramid. They are absolutely scattered throughout the jungles here. Last few days I've been in the jungles of Kitana-Ru. There wasn't even a farm that when we're driving down the sticks in the back roads, I'm looking out the window. I've got a YouTube video coming on this. I flew my drone over an ancient city in the middle of some Maya farm, way out in the middle of nowhere. These jungles are like a pin cushion with no more places left to pin. There's not a single area in the Yucatan Peninsula that wasn't densely populated by ancient Mesoamericans building massive pyramids, palaces, temples, sock bays, that's the Maya word for road or highway, building these highways straight through the jungle. Man, it's insane. Excavations are really about to pick up in Mesoamerica, or in the Maya world, I thought that was a snake, or in the Maya world in general, because of the Maya train that the Mexican government is building. When that's finished, and a lot of these sites are further excavated, I think we're going to realize that the Maya world is so much bigger. Some of these pyramids, you go to an ancient city and say there's 4 ancient pyramids. Well, you walk down on the ground, walk off into the forest, kind of like this, just outside of the archaeological site. I would probably wear some snake boots doing this, but peer off into the jungle. I have a ton of videos on this coming on my YouTube. Peer a little bit off into the jungle, and you're going to see that the whole city is built on top of another pyramid. Most of these cities are pyramids, or built on pyramidal platforms. It's freaking crazy.
Action.
All right. Well, I'm doing another climbing adventure. Doing a point up there. Eli noticed that there's some kind of casing stones up at the top, so it means it wasn't just a molten solid structure. There's definitely a room up there. But if there were any stairs once going up there, they're not there anymore. So I'm gonna have to climb up the rubble. You know, it's funny. One of the first times this like really bit me, I was always into ancient history, or like climbing up Maya ruins and ruins in the Americas, like in the jungle. Really bit me when I had a PlayStation Vita and I played the game Uncharted. There's something about that just like ate at me as a young kid, and it's interesting to be here doing it now. So I climbed all the way up here. You see more ruins over there. I climbed all the way up from down where Eli is. Another pyramid there. Can't believe I'm here right now. Thank you guys so much for your support. All my YouTube members and patrons. I'm like straddling the top of the pyramid right now. It's hard to believe. Yeah, this place is amazing. If I drop my phone, you guys are tumbling like 200 feet. Look at this. Life's crazy.
Oh, wow. Pardon me.
Yesterday I got home from Egypt, and one of the things I found myself discussing over the last month that I was there is one of the major conundrums of the Great Pyramid. I haven't yet been able to wrap my mind around why exactly the 4th Dynasty pyramid seemed to break so many of the traditions established by earlier dynasties. If we look at
Yo,
3rd
T,
Dynasty
what's up, man?
tombs in particular, we can see that this tradition
what's up, brother?
of decorating and painting tombs was already
Yo, what's up, Joe T? Yeah, probably, my man. What's up, my man? Congrats on winning the 150, buddy. That's huge. Yeah, man, I think so. I'm just eating an omelet right now, and I loaded the vape, so I might play another hour or two. I'm playing really well in my starts, but same thing, I'm going for natural stuck, and it's just sucking. Oh yeah, congrats on 150 too. You got 150. That's sick, dude. You got $150, and you also got Aztec 150. It's a sign. Oh, nice, man. Hell yeah, buddy.
And these pyramids
yeah.
are erected above a shaft that's dug either
Sick.
vertically
It's
or
awesome, eh?
at
Isn't it the
45
best?
degrees
It's the best.
angle into the ground. However,
It's the
when
best
we
level.
arrive in the 4th dynasty under the reign of the pharaoh Senefru, all of these cultural norms either halt altogether
I love the
or
guards.
are significantly diverted. And
I
this
love
is
the
one
fact
of the places where
that a single
understanding the
headshot
cultural
can
context
take
of
out most of the
ancient
guards,
Egypt
other than
is
the ones
crucial
with
to seeing some of
with the body armor
contradictions within
or the
modern-day
box. But
Egyptology. Now, I should pause
it's
there.
such a
This is not
fair
me saying that
transaction,
Egyptologists are intentionally
right? It's like who's really
contradicting
fast
the
enough?
narrative,
Who's
but
faster?
rather,
Really?
the ancient
You know?
Egyptians were
I
not
love it.
simple people that we are able
Nerve-wracking,
to
yeah.
easily place in these neat
Guardiola more, yeah.
boxes. They were a very complex culture, and it is our
Don't we all, my
disconnection from
friend?
them and insufficiencies in our understanding of them that prevent us from being able to have a non-contradictory view of the ancient Egyptians. For instance, we view the Egyptians as the world's most conservative culture. They didn't change. Change was a bad thing.
Yeah, I'll
The
be playing in a minute.
divine
I'm just gonna
order of
finish
life,
this
the artistic
omelet,
style,
and
kingship of Egypt
so maybe
was all established at
5
the
or 10 minutes from
beginning of
now.
time. And
I already loaded the
anytime
vape.
that divine order was disrupted, bad things happened in Egypt. So in one sense, Egyptologists have their view that if the Egyptians had their way, nothing would ever change. But in another instance, we have to acknowledge the deliberate change and evolution of certain core Egyptian practices.
Take your time, thanks, brother.
And in terms of 4th dynasty burials, I find it puzzling that only the initial handful of pyramids built during the 4th dynasty break these established traditions. For instance, while the subterranean corridors of Djoser's Step Pyramid, built during the 3rd dynasty, are decorated with turquoise accents meant to resemble Djoser's ancient apartment in Memphis, along with the doorway reliefs that show him performing the Hebsed festival, we find absolutely nothing similar to this within the interiors of the 4th dynasty Maidun Pyramid, Bent Pyramid, Red Pyramid, Khufu's Pyramid, Khafra's Pyramid, Menkaura's Pyramid, or Userkaf's Pyramid. And the vast majority of these pyramids, the interiors are lined with these perfectly finely cut limestone blocks, which would have been perfect for incised reliefs, which are actually commonly found among many other 4th dynasty tombs of people who have much less importance than the pharaoh himself. It's not that the 4th dynasty rids itself of interior tomb decoration as a whole, I guess, other than the recessed paneling that you can see inside Menkaura's pyramid, but it's as if they are deliberately not decorating the interior of the original 6 pyramids of the 4th dynasty. And of course, these are ancient Egypt's most famous and monumental pyramids. Furthermore, the bedrock shaft tombs are largely done away with. While the initial descending passages may breach the bedrock, many of the passages then ascend back into the pyramid structure above the bedrock. And sometimes, like the Great Pyramid, they have chambers both above and below the bedrock. This has led many Egyptologists to conclude that the 4th dynasty pyramids, and the Great Pyramid in particular, may have been continual experiments where the architects changed their design at multiple stages. For instance, Egyptologists like Ludwig Borchardt may propose that the subterranean chamber dug beneath the Great Pyramid was originally intended to be the burial chamber for Khufu. However, at a certain point, it was decided by the architects that the middle chamber, which we now refer to as the Queen's Chamber, was later on intended to be the burial chamber, and then shortly afterwards, Khufu's burial chamber was finally decided to be what we now refer to as the King's Chamber. However, this idea that the Great Pyramid's architects just haphazardly designed the pyramid on the spot does no justice at all to the overall project that is executed to such a high degree that there is no evidence for the construction process having ever been altered. All of the evidence points toward the fact that the entire interior of the Great Pyramid was planned from the very beginning and it was executed as designed. Now, here's the problem I have with this. Most scholars agree that the Great Pyramid, along with all of the other 4th dynasty pyramids, were completely finished. The portcullises were closed and the kings were laid to rest within the pyramids. But with the complete lack of anything resembling a tomb being carried over in tradition from the 3rd dynasty into the 4th dynasty, I have a hard time not acknowledging some kind of break at the beginning of the 4th dynasty. The complete lack of any interior decoration at all within the pyramids, as well as the pyramid burial chambers moving from below ground to now above ground, to me suggests some kind of major psychological shift here, at the very least. If these are indeed above ground burial chambers, what could have caused the pharaoh to choose to intern himself above ground, turning the back on tradition of hundreds of years before him? Is he, in a sense, elevating himself above all previous pharaohs? Is he now viewing himself as one with Ra, the patron deity of the 4th dynasty? Is he now something more than just man? Once I started researching this idea that the 4th dynasty pharaohs must have been taking major detours from the previously established traditions, I found that Egyptologists Rainer Stadelman and Mark Lehner also proposed the idea that these pharaohs are now viewing themselves as the physical incarnations of the sun god, resulting in some kind of lost cosmic or religious reasons for laying the king high above ground. Perhaps they viewed the pyramid as a cosmological vessel for merging the king with Ra in the afterlife. And as you can see, when you get to the point of getting down to speculating the purpose as to the design of the pyramids, our view and ability to perceive what is going on in the heads of the architects of the pyramids becomes very hazy as we try to swim through this primordial soup of ancient history. We are so far disconnected from the Old Kingdom that, in a sense, they are a lost civilization or kingdom in which we take scant bits of evidence to try to reconstruct their worldview, as well as what kind of lost knowledge, technology, and techniques that they would have been using. But I have another idea. I find the contextual evidence of the Great Pyramid to be so puzzling that I've begun to wonder, and not in any kind of pseudo-scientific or woo-woo way at all, I've begun to wonder if perhaps Khufu's body was never intended to be laid in the Great Pyramid. Sometimes in studying ancient cultures, you can look at the behavior and decisions made by younger generations to interpret the behavior and decisions made by the generations prior. What I mean by this is, during the Middle Kingdom, we see a resurgence in the construction of pyramids as funerary monuments for divine kings. Namely, Amenemhat I erects a large pyramid complex harkening back to the pharaohs of the Golden Age during the Old Kingdom. Unfortunately, because the techniques and maybe even the technology used to construct the old pyramids have been lost during the time of the collapse of the Old Kingdom, Amenemhat's pyramid was built of noticeably smaller stones and rapidly fell apart during antiquity. Furthermore, during excavations of his complex in the early 1900s, archaeologists discovered that the larger stones used in his complex were actually raised from various, even more ancient temples bearing the names of Khufu, Khafra, Userkaf, and Unas, all powerful pharaohs of the Old Kingdom. So we can see here a calling back to the ways of the Old Kingdom from pharaohs in the Middle Kingdom. And in here, we may be able to view things that are taking place in the Middle Kingdom that are actually inspired by traditions that were established in the Old Kingdom, but to us 5,000 years later are otherwise undetectable, or are at least undiscovered thus far. So what this is all getting to is there may be some evidence that Amenemhat I actually had two burials, one possibly symbolic and the other physical. His reign is the first time we see glimpses of evidence of two burial sites for a pharaoh, even though this concept may be inspired by a practice active in the Old Kingdom. Furthermore, just 5 pharaohs later, we actually have definitive evidence of this practice existing within the reign of Senwosret III. Senwosret III may actually be ancient Egypt's most overlooked pharaoh. He ruled during the Middle Kingdom, so he was too late for the height of pyramid building in the Old Kingdom, and he was too early for the height of Egyptian empire, which would come out of the New Kingdom. However, he is the pharaoh who brought the Middle Kingdom to its height of prosperity. He crushed the regional rulers who competed against previous pharaohs' throne, and it was under him that craftswork, trade, and urban development absolutely exploded. This is one of the most overlooked times of prosperity in ancient Egypt. In fact, life in Egypt was so good that Senwosret is actually one of the only kings to ever be deified and honored with a religious cult during his lifetime. And it's because of this prosperity that we get a somewhat more clear view into his world, as well as his very well-built and preserved monuments. And it's the basis for why I claim that the early 4th Dynasty pyramids may have never actually been physical tombs. Senwosret III had 2 monuments built for his death. One was a pyramid and surrounding complex erected at Dashur, and the other was a rock-cut tomb at the sacred site of Abydos. The rock-cut tomb was an elaborate series of corridors complete with a solid granite sarcophagus that seems to have been displaced from deeper within the tomb sometime in later antiquity, probably when the tomb was being looted thousands of years later. These 2 burial sites raise many interesting questions, and after examining the images available of the interior of the Senwosret pyramid at Dashur, I feel that it may be a symbolic burial place for the king known as a cenotaph. And Senwosret's actual burial site may have been within his rock-cut tomb down at Abydos, placing him near the burial place of the god Osiris, as well as the older kings of the early dynastic period. And in fact, this is exactly what Gyges.
Wow, kept full speed, nice. Nice. That was a good spot you went to. Nice, pretty nice. That was pretty nice. Yeah, you're grinding a lot on in the vents. You're grinding a lot in the vents. Like, there's a lot, right, obviously, but I'm the one that, like, really could tell is, think of it like archives, you know? Oh, that's, yeah, but I mean, even just, like, you know, even just, like, the vents in general, like, they're grinding, hit, grinding, you know? It might be nothing, but, anyways, I'm not judging your thing. Yeah. I don't know, man. It might be insignificant. Oh, man.
We're live. We are live. Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Sorry, I could not hear you at all with the music going. It was
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah,
music,
done. Thanks,
but I
man.
couldn't hear
Nice.
you at
Welcome
all.
back, brother.
Ladies
Thanks,
and
man.
gentlemen, boys and girls, angels and demons and monsters and serpents, this is
Thanks, brother.
Brothers of the Serpent, and we are coming to you live from the 10x10x10 Tangent Cube of Science, and we are joined today by Ben from Uncharted X and Professor Shy from the Evidence for Giants episodes. Professor Shy was with us in Peru, and there's Ben. Welcome, you guys.
Howdy. My intro is
Thanks for
still
being here, man.
scrolling in just briefly. I will also just cut it short and go live over here too.
Okay.
Yes, we're attempting crazy stuff. So.
Yeah, we're streaming everywhere. Yeah.
Hello everyone. Let's jump right in. I know my stream video is still playing, but I'll work that out in a minute. Here we go. All right, we're live.
Fantastic.
Okay. And you guys, can we? I don't know. You guys are really big on my screen. And where we were to do it.
Yeah, that's the way it should be, Ben.
I see.
I think you can change your layout if you have a layout.
Yeah,
button.
there's a layout change. Yeah. We also have Valentine's Day gifts. This was a
Thanks for your
surprise to
patience
us.
too, man.
Oh yeah, look at that. It's got some presents.
Yes, these were delivered to the studio just a few minutes ago before going live. So let me see what's going on here. Snake Rose. And we are going to talk Peru.
Yes,
The ladies got to give you love first, man. Okay.
Yeah, you guys haven't been married long.
We haven't been married long enough. See?
Hey.
Hey. Sending you warm and fuzzy wishes for a happy Valentine's Day. Love from Laura and Elisa. He's got eggs and a monster.
Are they boiled? Let's see.
All right.
Oh yeah. That's, that's a boiled egg.
We
What
have
the
boiled
fuck?
eggs and coffee. Cold coffee.
Subtle message being sent here.
No problem. Thanks, brother.
And then what's going on?
You're supposed to pick this up.
I didn't follow the instructions. There we go. Wow. Dude, this is like,
Asparagus, olives,
this
and
is,
pepperoni.
yeah, this is,
Roast flowers.
it's, yeah, that's pepperoni roses.
Turn up my audio. Is all of the audio or my audio? Because we've been fighting with the audio today. Are you guys already
Wow.
getting...
Thanks, ladies.
This is amazing.
The snake
I'm
wags.
gonna have to have a piece of jerky here.
Edible flowers.
Look at this. All right.
Turn up my audio. Is my mic not loud enough relative to them?
Meat roses.
Let me know. All the audio. I'm looking in the chat. He's saying there's no audio. You guys getting some audio, right? Everybody sounds good. Okay, great.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you, Shermanator. Everybody seems fine.
Yeah, you need that one trustworthy guy in the chats.
One guy going, "The audio too low." Right. All audio compared to the intro quiet. Yes, the audio in the intro was quiet. We're not going to go back to that, so feel free to turn the shit up. We're going to stop talking about audio, start talking about brew. Hello, man.
I love how this going live thing is always just like you're self-producing. You can't hear the other end. You know, it's just like somebody's got to fix this situation.
We're all using different systems.
Yeah,
I know, totally. Yeah, I might, hey, how's it going, guys? I might be quiet for a little bit. It seems to be on the stream. I'm delayed. I've probably got some network jazz running. I'm going to try and shut a bunch of stuff down. So
Yeah, your video quality is low.
Yeah, you look like an 8-bit Nintendo character.
yeah.
Mario Bromato.
Classic IT guy.
He's the
I love the IT guy with like a gigabit connection, and I'm using
Yeah.
a stream in California.
Yeah. I'll keep you,
You didn't tell me to.
By the way, he literally turned up about 3 minutes before we went.
Yeah. He's like, I need some time to test this out. Shows up 45 seconds before we go live.
yeah,
You
my
forgot.
bad.
You forgot to tell me to hit record.
Well, that's a classic Snake Rose mistake.
Yeah, you never hit record.
What? What is this animation too? Like, what? Come on, man.
Very particular about the audio.
I ought to aim up more.
Like to have all the separate tracks recorded and compressed and mixed.
But anyway, 3 of us here were in Peru recently.
Yeah, we need more reverb. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, just saying the three of us were in Peru recently. It's a good trip.
It was excellent.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We hiked, I mean, well over 100 miles up the mountain through the rain. Completely insane.
Yes.
I think
did
it-
feel like 100 miles.
It started to sleet on us coming down from, what's the name of the place?
Gotta look up more.
What is the name of that place? I can't remember. Where they like climb. way
Yeah,
up
it
there.
really sucks, man.
And it's, it looks like they're calling it the calendar.
It really sucks a lot.
Yes. We were coming back down from that, and it started pouring on, like raining on us when we were up there, and coming back down, and then the rain turned into like sleet or hail, I guess you would call it. Yeah.
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah.
It was like you had his little car and you were like off-roading this little front drive
Yeah.
hybrid car, and it's just like spraying mud everywhere, trying to get it as far up the hill as we could, and it was like just sliding around. We had it, and it was one turn we had to give it like 3 or 4 goes, and it's like,
Yep. Back up, try it again, bro. You can do it. Yeah.
Oh, that
can't go to
was
Peru without giving a shout out to Brian. Yeah, man, I love Brian. He's Brian. I didn't catch up with him this time, but Brian doesn't live in Cusco anymore. He's down in Caracas, from what I understand. And but yes, this was one of the rare times where I haven't actually caught up with Brian.
Yeah.
Yo, Big Stash, what's up, brother?
Peru guy.
What's up, Stash? How are you, man?
Well, we it was kind of a scouting trip because we are planning on running
Thanks
a
for being here, man.
tour there. So it's gonna be awesome. We got down there to visit a bunch of different sites.
Chilling,
We
nice.
got
That's
to
cool.
meet and hang out with Rogelio, who's going to be like basically our local guy there running the tour. He's like the Peruvian version of Yusuf.
He really is.
Yeah.
I don't know how we managed to find the Peruvian Yusuf. But
Yeah, it's awesome. We were like, we have to have you guys meet each other because
Mars goes
same
direct
guy from
today,
different
yesterday.
cultures on the other side of the planet.
Economy's horrible.
like
Yeah.
they both
Yeah.
exude this cool vibe. They're
Yep.
very local.
It's pretty crazy.
Rogelio is literally like multi-generation, born on the site.
Yep.
Lives
No
born and
confidence in
raised,
crypto.
lives in Aliante Tambo. He's got
Complete,
got kind of the
total
indigenous
lack of
family
confidence in crypto.
grandfather- He's got these stories about what his grandfather said about when they would build a modern town and they would cover up
Everyone
the
buying
blocks that-
gold bars,
You know, Yusuf has that connection.
not knowing what to do with it in their life.
You know, they know the academic side as much as the indigenous sort of
Trump friggin'
side of stories.
firing
Yeah, I mean,
like
they both
thousands of Americans.
positions.
It's just so crazy,
They're
man.
gonna love each other, hate each
Like, it's just so wild.
I don't think they're gonna
Like,
hate each other.
I can't believe they're firing all the people in the U.S., man.
other in every country. I think it's
Like, that's crazy.
What was the highest altitude you guys hit hiking? I mean, I think the highest altitude overall is about just over 14,000 feet. We didn't
It's
hike
not
very
making
far.
America great.
Got out there, but probably
Fucking firing your own citizens.
Yeah.
thereabouts.
That does not make America great.
13.5
Like, you can't, there's no, like, reverse psychology that can convince me that firing,
12.
like, thousands of Americans improves Americans.
Some of it was intense, some of it was glorious. All of the views were fantastic.
Like, I mean,
I mean,
that's quite the psyop.
if you can forget about being out of breath on some of
Starbucks 2 now, 1,100. What's 1,100?
It was strenuous.
Is that the
And it was
Starbucks
one of the
stock
reasons
price? No,
we
I'm
went
kidding.
down there is that I want to do these hikes on the tour. At least I want to offer them on the tour.
Oh, are you serious? Wow, Starbucks is firing people? No way. For what? Like a robot? They finally... They probably have the server robots already, man. Have you seen those videos?
It's quite a strenuous hike. I mean, what was it, like 10 miles? Maybe
It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Dang.
Round trip, it was like around a mile. And the second time, Rogelio was
That's
like,
so
you know what?
ridiculous,
The path is
man.
long. Why don't we just go straight down the mountain?
We did.
He was like, it's shorter this way. It's true. It's like a controlled, hopefully controlled fall down the mountain for like 2 miles. And he's just, he's just tramping along, and I'm like, wow, I can't even believe there's grass growing on this hillside. It's so steep, and we're just going down. And he keeps turning around and asking, like, are your knees okay? 'Cause, dude,
How did I knock a
like,
shot
it
there?
was tough. Like, going downhill on this steep slope for a couple of miles was hard. I mean, that
it's like that. You look at mountainsides, it's like there's valleys in between the really steep mountainsides where there's vegetation. So there's like trees and grass and these little streams that are just carved.
Oh wow, they fired like old employees that were about to retire? No way. Are you serious?
It reminded me of
Were you using Kyle DeLille's method?
Going up, yes.
And
I did. No, going
It's
down,
absurd,
it was like
Sam.
all it was a controlled fall.
what's it called, the little.
He taught me
Federal
how to hike up and
workers?
down
Wow.
mountains without my legs going to turn into jelly. We talked about it from the Scablands trip because I was just like, man,
I was using his method on the way up.
Yeah.
It helped me.
It's you lock your knee. You take the steeper the slope, the shorter the steps you take, and every step you lock the knee, and that's what
I
holds your
understand.
weight to lift the other leg as opposed to like your muscle.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a great method.
So not the servers.
Sounds like my knees are gonna snap based off of this current.
That's crazy, man.
My knees, you're insane.
Going down, yes. Going down the hill, dude. I wouldn't lock the knee, but on the way up, it really helped to keep my legs from being sore.
Didn't it, Matt? I could probably find that video of us going down that damn hill.
I took
Come on, man.
filmed us going all the way down the hill. It was fantastic, dude.
I'll take Kyle's advice over the professor.
Well, actually, Kyle came to Peru with me on
Yeah, I get it. I hear you.
Jimmy.
That's crazy.
2021, and I remember hiking up with me and him, like hiked up to Timber, which is we didn't go there, just talked about it, but it's like,
That's so
it gets
terrible.
Up damn near 40,000 feet from an elevation of about 12,800 around Lake Titicaca, and it's like a straight climb. And me and him just charged up it and sort of went. We passed everyone, but we were both like we were both huffing and puffing and looking at each other, and we both sort of made it up at the same time. Yeah. I'm a big boy, but I can still walk up a hill if I have to, and manage to do on this hike. Yeah, it was a tough hike. I'll show you some pictures of it. I actually would like to share the drone footage because a little bit of background. I can actually probably find this picture from way back in the day. But back in like 2013, my first kind of trip looking at these types of things. Bruce Silver, dude, thanks so much for the $20 too. Valentine beers for all you guys, I'm sure.
All right, Bruce. Cheers.
Cheers.
Hey, Bruce.
So I was with Graham Hancock. I had this picture of literally like I'm standing there on the top of the Oriente Tambo Sun with Graham, and he's pointing and showing us like, here, that's the spot. Like it's, you're looking across this valley and up high, way up high on another mountain range, across this big valley. That's the spot.
Please, game. Like, please. Come on, bro.
So you guys hear that too?
We hear it, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
All the sound bites.
The sound bites are coming through. I'm sorry. Yeah, Nick subscribing on Twitch. Thank you so much for the 43 months, Nick, you're a champ. But yeah, so he's pointing up at the top. Actually, find that picture because it's a cool picture. But I've been ever since then, like 2013, I've been wanting to get to that quarry because it's like you get to the top of Oriente Tambo and there's these massive 70, 80 ton pink granite, rose granite blocks, and there's lots of them up there. And it's like, well, they came from this other mountain. Yeah. And you can sort of see this activity, and it's like, man, wouldn't it be cool to get up there? And you hear stories of there are stones. And then it's finally what we did. So we took the day and hiked up there. And sure enough, there's probably the biggest one we saw, what do you think, right? There was like 80 to 100 tons in that range. Like massive.
Yeah. Well, and there was another.
Yeah, man. Everyone has a podcast now. The podcast market is like near saturated. All the specialty hobbies, there's still a lot of discussion places, but like general podcasts,
Much farther up. We were talking with Rogelio, like, I wonder.
people still watch
where
it
they were
though.
pulling this stone
I don't know. I only even watch guests I like.
One idea while Ben's looking at
He's got a
photos,
lot of really
they were
dumb
getting
guests.
these
He's got
blocks
some
from,
really stupid guests, like just
from
really
boulders
dumb
that had
people,
already naturally tumbled down the mountainside.
and like
Problem with that is
liars,
it's not high quality rock when it's been exposed like
like
that.
Bob Lazar.
And it was obvious
Bob
that
Lazar
some
is
of
like
the
either a
blocks
government
were from
psyop or
high
just like a
quality
grifting
stone,
liar.
No fractures, no obvious, like if they had cut it out of a deep quarry in the mountain. So that must have been somewhere farther
Like
up.
a space talk. Interesting.
But yeah, 80 tons, 100 tons maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it was talking about
So here you
his
go.
what
I'll
he's
just
like his
throw this
claims of what he
around. So
saw,
this
and
is-
he's not able to
so this is
discuss it just
ground,
because he's a fucking
sand.
lying,
These walls are
grifting
nothing. So
asshole.
we're standing. This is like
Sorry.
2013 photos, so don't add any of that photo quality.
But it's not none of my business. Like I'm not gonna get emotional over
So
some
yeah, this is
lying
like
guy
this
about aliens, right?
blade area out here is kind of where the quarry is, and then grains coming at it. But it's blocks like these. Like this is what's at the top of the end.
Yeah.
That's right. And this
Oh,
is
like
the
why? I
unit
shot you right in the
too, like, there's
chest.
no
Like,
big
come on.
ropes in front of this.
Check
Well,
the
there's a
tape.
school guideline, but no one cared back in 2013. You know,
I'm gonna
blocks
die
like these
anyways
that
in
are
the
at
game.
It's Tambo, but
It's
the
too
quarry
slow.
of them is way up, on the other hillside. So if I'll
Oh,
stop
Joe
sharing
Rogan,
this
yeah,
and I'll find the
for
pictures
sure.
of the quarry. Dude, Workmatic, $50. Thanks so much to the super chat.
Ancient
there.
megaliths,
Says he
ancient
loves
history.
you guys. Truly appreciate all your work and that goes to all. So thank you.
Ah, thank you.
Thanks, Workman. It's a long time supporter.
Thank you, buddy.
One of my mods as well. So thanks, buddy. But yeah, it's quite a logistical challenge. I mean, just I have.
Oh, man.
the idea that
I thought the shadow was the door entry. That was crazy. That was
yeah,
trippy.
far away relatively, but
I've
it's
never done that before. I thought the shadow was the entry.
another thing we saw up there, that I thought was really interesting was, remember that collared stone? So there's a big lump
I think I
of
looked
ground
down too much though.
that had a
I don't know why I did
collar
that.
around it that seems like it could have served as
He became a Howard Stern. Oh man, I don't know about that.
it might have been used for that, or it might have been a statue
Howard's
of
pretty
himself, but for
pretty
sure
out
it
there.
had this neck cup all around it where you could wrap it with rope and
Yeah.
use it for something. And it just looked
I know what you mean,
maybe
though.
to serve as some sort of counterweight at
He was a
some
trail.
point.
I know what you mean. He was a trailblazer in
Yeah,
in the
they
in the
love- hell,
podcast
love
radio.
Stones.
Stern was radio and video,
Yeah.
Because as you
and Joe was.
several hours, you know, we're passing stones.
I know
So
what you
we're
mean.
following the trail. Well, evidently there was two trails. There's one that is the less steep version. You know, there's smaller blocks and there's these different blocks that are.
So true, man.
It's on the other side of the river immediately. Stones, and they sort of get bigger and bigger as we get closer to the quarry. And then when we finished up there and we did that.
I'm sure he still got it. Has a fall. Is he still doing it?
Down to where there are other
Howard
stones
Stern?
that are kind of the lazy stones. So these
Yes.
are stones that have been left on, evidently, on the way to Oriente Tambo, like the site. And
I'm
the
sure.
river was really high when we were there because it's the rainy season. But in the river, you know, you could also see, and there were, you know, Rogelio was pointing out that there are blocks in the river too.
Yes.
Sorry, I can mute that. It's too
Well, these
Good point.
amazing. I've never been on Uncharted X, but these sound effects are
Oh, fuck you.
and the snake bros. Somebody set me free!
That's Randy.
That's Randall. Yeah.
Why? Why are they going off randomly? Or are you pushing
So
the button?
those
Twitch.
Petrus Lemon, yeah, those are subs on Twitch, and thank you Petrus Lemon for the 20.
They're automatic.
Appreciate it. Yeah, so I'm multi-streaming on YouTube and Twitch, and it's just an automatic alert. I mean, I can shut it up if you like. Just say so.
Oh, well, Nick just donated $5 for Matt in our stream too. Yeah, Matt, you get $5. He wants to know if you're gonna take top bunk or bottom bunk in Peru.
Flip a coin.
Let me see here.
I did, yeah. Yeah, thanks to Barnaby too.
So let me try the video then, because I've not actually watched the drone footage. So
Yeah, let's take a look at it. Yeah,
We can just roll it and talk about it.
yeah, let's take a look at it.
Oh, why?
I will share it again. I'd love to share this with you. So this is me standing. So I'm just going to start with one of the shorter videos, but this is me standing on top of.
Yeah, look at this rock. See the
On
scoops?
top of one of the yeah. So there are scoops. On this.
Kyle was doubting my claim that there were scoops.
What? I didn't doubt. I just said I can't see him in the photo. I didn't see him there either.
Doubt. You all heard it.
So yeah, that's like if we just look at that again. I'll just pause it here.
Look at this. Yeah, this is awesome.
So you definitely have scoops along the bottom and on this side. Look, and there was somewhere else. We also found scoops at Oriente Tambo, as well as, get this, and I think I put this on Twitter, a saw cut. There's 100%
Yes, that's right. There's a sock
at
up.
Oriente Tambo. And Doobie Bone, thanks man, thanks so much for doing this.
But there's scoops in the quarry here. It's the same thing. I mean, it really does look like the same thing. It was the lighting made it a little difficult to see, but these are scoops. And then as this pans up, I've got some longer drone footage, but you know, this is like one of the bigger blocks. We paced it out, and it's rose granite, and a lot of this stuff is rose granite. So this is what Ross was talking about in terms of the staging area. So they would build these platforms, and then the quarry is actually way up high, which I should be able to show with some of these other videos. I'm not actually looking at these. So wait, is this? No, this is the quarry. So this is the lower part of the quarry. Again, here's another wall stone. I'll just let this play. And
yeah, so you see how steep this hillside. I mean, it is steep, right? And then there's all these tumbled boulders, but they're low quality. We looked at a bunch of them, the natural stone, and they're full of fractures. They're rough. Whereas when you would see a cut block, it was obviously high quality.
In fact, I wish I could zoom in a bit here. I can't really do it, but you can see up on this hillside there are, and I'd love to one day
climb all the way up there.
Come on, man.
Because this is where it looks like these are cutouts.
The quarries are up there in the stone part of the mountain.
Yeah, and it's all and Gyges said there are other blocks up here higher and everything.
Yeah,
but this would take another couple of hours probably to get up here.
Yeah,
it's very steep.
I mean, by the time we got to these platforms, like you can see the constructed platform there, and then as the video pulls out, you can see another one below it with the path. I mean, that was exhausting to just climb to this area, and then we're looking up and we're like, oh my God, if the quarries are there, they're as far up as we've already gone again.
Actually,
up.
Yeah, it's a long way up. So you have. This is like the rubble, this is like the offcuts with a lot of the lower quality stuff, but then you see blocks like
look
this
at that
one
block.
and this one that are almost a darker shade. Like they're that, you have that same thing going on as you do in Egypt, where you have to dig into the mountain to get high quality granite. It's not fracturing that you can use for these bigger blocks. So
yeah, and some of those, like that screen with the rock, it almost looked like mine caves. Like that
well, that's what I was thinking too, because you don't see it anywhere else.
Right, yeah, exactly.
It's all in that one spot, which makes it seem like that's just the rubble from the quarrying efforts.
Exactly.
Just falling down the mountain.
And then they've used it to make platforms for staging areas, for whatever reason, as the blocks, or they're trying to keep it from continuing to fall down. I don't know.
Yeah, look at that. I mean,
yeah.
It is stupidly steep. Everything out here is steep. Like it's rugged terrain. Is what I'd say.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can fly around a bit. There you go.
This is great drone footage, man.
Yeah.
If only I hadn't wrecked mine, I'd have better drone footage.
You would. You had the fancy drone.
That was the steepest incline we did when you wrecked your drone. I mean, that was the time lapse of that, where us going up the 500 stairs like straight up in the air.
Yes, and I'm very sad that I didn't hit record as soon as I took the drone off, so that I have the recording and be
Probably got him.
into an inaccessible place. Like that drone is going to be on that mountainside forever, unless there's a landslide.
Yeah, Russ made an expensive offering to the guy.
Yeah, it's a very expensive offering.
I will tell you, almost captivating to the people who talking to about the tour. A lot of these places.
Yo, Robbie, what's up, man? Peace. Oh, what's up, man? No, you, man. What's up, brother?
From being like kind of a rookie, I was amazed at the peace and the solitude we had to be able to take all of
I'm not based. I run too many ads.
like one of my best trips.
I would be based if I didn't run ads, but
And mysterious and crazy place
not too much, man.
about the quarry
Thanks, brother.
and where they took those stones all over the country is so mind-blowing.
Yeah, and he's right. Some of the big sites were busy, obviously, Sexy Woman, Machu Picchu.
Having fun playing some GoldenEye?
There were a lot of sites where there was just no one there but us.
Yes. Yeah, it'll be a fun trip. I mean, Peru's not you know, it is a little more difficult than Egypt just in terms of your altitude.
Yes.
It's different to Egypt. People have been at me to try and make this trip happen for a long time. And it's a different vibe. I mean, it's a more spiritual. I don't know how else to explain it. It feels a bit more spiritual, a bit more connected to the land. Certainly to traditions, the Pachamama, the Pachatara stuff.
Yeah.
You know, the shamanistic traditions are very much more closely connected to the land.
Fucking guy, man.
The natural beauty of Peru it far exceeds Egypt, although you can't beat Egypt when it comes to major monuments. So it's a different feeling on these trips. And I really wanted to do this for a while. In fact, I've been wanting to get back to Peru since I was there during COVID in 2021. It just wasn't a good time because they went just hammed with the COVID restrictions and it made it difficult for everybody. And the time before that was really like 2016. I've been there like 4 or 5 times, but it'd been a few years, so it was really cool to get back and see that it had opened up again, and then to have that experience with a guy like Rogelio to take us to places like this.
Ads are based. Wow, interesting. I mean, I recommend people to use Firefox and ad blockers.
And to be honest, it's not going to be like a huge number of people.
Seems like the ad blocking community is more dedicated than the Amazon community for ads. I think good is winning over evil in this like spiritual realm. So yeah, if we can milk money from the advertisers from Twitch, and my friends don't watch the ads because they have ad blockers,
Yeah, you can sign up for $1 to either one of us.
that's like everyone used ad blockers, and it's free. It's completely free. Like, it takes minutes, like literally minutes.
There's Matt, Ross, me, and Robo. Your camera keeps skipping out, man.
I'm currently uploading some top secret files about that.
This is ridiculous, man. Unacceptable. I can't believe it. This show's been planned for weeks, and you picked today? IT guys.
I know.
The business doesn't stop for Snake Bros, my apologies. But my voice is coming through. Okay.
He's got some secret giant.
I can't turn off you just basically have a blank screen with a P
Oh
on
wow,
it.
insane.
And that's on the live stream. That's what everybody's seeing. I can't do anything about it.
Put a damn image of me up there, please. Thank you.
That's post-production, bro. You wanna sign up for free work?
This is entertaining to your listeners and viewers. Okay?
Oh well, like fuck this game.
Ryan Sellers, $20.
Firefox, like using Brave.
Thanks, bro.
I hear ya.
You know what, Nick? We're keeping that.
Yeah, whatever blocks the ads, my man.
The previous picture, Ben, showed really how
You live your life. Thank you for the support, man. That's nice of you.
rose that stone was.
I don't do it expecting people to like pay money to sub because I know it's giving like Amazon money, right? Oh no way.
Alright, we got it. This is a good one. P for P shot.
Yeah.
Hope you're doing well, Robbie.
It's funny.
On a Monday afternoon.
In the studio here, we can see he can't even spell prof correctly.
Mars went direct, like the planet Mars went direct in the sky last night. It's been retrograde since December 5th.
Yeah, it's top shy.
That's why we're feeling like we can
What? You're breaking up. I'm sorry.
get stuff moving finally.
Because I guess you don't have enough data.
Because Mars
Yeah, so this is the
deals with action.
This is it, yeah. Yeah, so this is what I was
and
talking about.
Aries.
So we know, and you can tell, yeah, we had a great time in Peru, like just taking the piss out of each other the whole time.
Absolutely.
Actually, my Mars is conjunct my natal sun,
Rogelio was telling me, okay, so up
which is
over the
crazy.
bridge where we were,
It's like
and all
I
the
take
way up here
action,
is
and
sun,
that's like who I am,
you can't see it from the ground, and I haven't
and I'm
looked at the
blessed.
drone footage yet. Damn if I don't want
Astrology is saying that.
the zoom lenses on it now, because as I'm looking at this, I'm seeing
But
2,
yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
There's a lot of blocks.
So I'm very
These are probably
strongly
smaller
negatively
blocks as
affected by
well.
Mars
You see
retrograde
up over on this platform, there's a bunch
because
more,
it's
and you
linked
can
to
see
my
this is
sun of who I
a
am,
lot of the quarrying probably happened up and over that
like
corner,
the sun,
up around
the
here,
solar
also on
sun.
this hillside here. This looks like quarry rubble.
Yep.
Yeah, so let's see where this goes, because I haven't looked at this. And Russ, you don't have like location on the phone for your drone? You turn that off? 'Cause
It was. I was running
And
on the iPad.
I can't. I decided, Robbie, like I can't.
You know, like when
I can't keep living my life.
when it starts to cation.
Like I can't stream with no ads on.
I didn't hit record yet.
I just can't.
I was trying to get it
It's not good for my soul.
and I crashed.
It's like, what am I doing in this life?
I was flying it for less than
I'm
30
like just
seconds.
wasting away hours for nothing.
yeah, we have footage of you. Like I'm looking at you and me, because mine was malfunctioning.
So it's just like more of a mental
And then it's the funny
thing than anything.
captured on the drone, 'cause that was
And I know
the
my
second
friends and
time
viewers suffer,
That
but
you
like
captured me crashing.
you
my
crashed
drone.
the drone with my drone.
I don't know why the ad blockers work so well with
Skidding
Firefox.
across the road up in the Scablands.
In the Scablands. Yeah. You say I'm a great pilot. All right. Here you guys.
You gotta take risks. I totally agree.
You want me to pause this, Carl? You're yelling pause it?
What was it? No.
No, you didn't.
Those look like terra sets, though. Yeah.
They do, yeah.
The natural ones, like the ones we see all over the Scablands.
So, okay, yeah. You can look at the blocks up here.
Yeah.
Like they're all over the place. I'm seeing them just here. This is rubble. This is
Somewhere up there is a massive quarry where they were actually peeling high quality deep stone out of the mountainside. There were a couple of spots that we could see from where we were that looked like maybe they might be quarry spots, but who knows?
I'm looking at the mountain here.
Yeah.
I mean, over here on the far left.
That's such a cool mountain in Quarry. Wow, that's so cool.
It's possible. Like this seems like it goes up and around the corner. Like
It does,
might
yeah.
actually be. There might be a bunch of quarry. Like it'd be great. Jeez, it'd be a day.
I know. Just to climb all the way up there.
I bet you Aurelio's been up there. I don't know.
He said he was going to try to hike up there now that we had pointed it out to him.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what he said. He was like, "Well, I'll try to get all the way up to the stone part of the mountain and see if I can find, the source."
Yeah. So this is the so you can see this crazy steep. We were actually. I think we went down through like the center of this, or over here on the left.
Yeah.
And that's the valley. So you have that valley, and then the other mountain range, and this is the sacred valley. So this is the Urubamba River runs through it, that eventually connects to the Amazon. And
God, look at this. This is great, man.
It's just and this someone's little house over here. People live up on this stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, on the literally from here, looking at the opposing mountainside, that's Rogelio's family. Like his family basically owns the opposing mountain's face. Like his father and his brothers all have land up there. He's got a bunch of land up there, and he's building little things on it. So, see if you can find some moai in the quarry. That's a good.
Come on, man.
How did you guys not get up there when you were there? Well, we'd already. we had already. I mean, trust me, it takes you 5 or 6 hours to get to this point. And we.
Yeah, it was like a 6-mile hike going uphill. It was tough.
This is
Yeah.
tough. It was already
At 13,000 feet.
13,000 feet, 10, 11 mile round hike as it was,
Yeah.
including going down. So we're sitting on some of the bigger blocks here. It would have, a couple of dirt bikes would be nice, but it's still pretty steep even for that. Well, we're going to give people a chance to come up here on our tour. There'll be a different hike for people that don't want to do the full quarry hike. There's hot springs and rainfalls and waterfalls and Pimamarca, I think is a place
Come on.
Pause this one, Ben. Or, back it up. Back it up. a
Like,
tiny
come
bit. Yeah, so
on,
right
man.
there, you can see this straight, sharp line going down the middle. That's a wall, like a retaining wall. To the left is the downhill side, and you can see what looks like a strange, like a meandering path along it. That is actually it doesn't work anymore, but that is what Rogelio called those Inca canals. Like it was a water source. So they had struck like all along the mountains when you're going through, especially in the Sacred Valley. You could look up and you would see these straight lines going across multiple features in the mountain, and it was this ancient, tiny irrigation canal that just ran water from some glacial source higher up in the mountains, and it would just carry tons of water, like still many of them still running. In Ollantaytambo, there were canals all through the city that still ran. This one was carrying water
what?
from
Come
somewhere,
on,
some
man.
other mountain, because this one doesn't have
Look
any
at
water on
fucking
it,
me.
all the way out here to serve the staging area with a water source. It just doesn't function anymore. Somewhere along the path, it's broken, and so the water is no longer there. But it's crazy. Like you can see these ancient water channels all through the mountains.
Yeah, I mean, we hiked past a couple of them.
Yeah.
That work, but yeah, they have like a very slight slope to carry the water. It's not steep. They run these horizontal lines. You can see them on the other side of the
Come on,
mountain,
man.
running to Ollantaytambo.
Yeah. Yeah, he was pointing them out. Like, look way out there on that mountain.
I think this is a dead run.
Just going all the way across. That's and it's, they're like 6
Oh my
inches
God.
wide, maybe 10 inches deep, just carrying water for thousands of years. It's like amazing.
Probably have pictures of it. It is kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Found a setting that claims to block Twitch ad support. You gonna smoke? Sure, brother.
Momsy.
Stuck.
Momsy hugs and kisses. 20 bucks.
Oh, thank you.
20 bucks for starting a super fund for
Professor Shy, so that he gets a better internet connection. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Oh no, apparently it has amazing internet
I
connection.
think I just gotta keep grinding out the natural stuff, honestly. I might switch it up. I might try the backup into the dark room. Here we go.
If we can't hear you,
Might try
brother, it's
this.
breaking up too bad, you don't have good data.
This reduces lag a lot,
Just mute it.
I'm just kidding.
in theory.
Muted itself.
I said, keep the money coming.
Thanks, bros.
by internet.
Good deal. Yeah, we'll help him get. They were like, he's switched to dial-up. Yeah, we'll help him get a faster modem.
And then we had realness, 10 bucks. Drone money.
Third, my
Third drones the charm. And then there's legends that the what is it? Legend has it that the first one is still is the truth.
And the second one is definitely on the mountain. Definitely on the mountain. So yeah, we're hiking up the other side of the valley here. So this town is Ollantaytambo, and here's the Sun Temple. You see all these terracing.
Yeah, like it sucks.
Yeah,
I might do the backup
looking
strat.
across at it, and this might be a water channel actually. This path here potentially. And then there's granaries and storage hills. Like all these hills are terraced. There's just stuff and building on them everywhere.
That was a pretty cursed run, though, anyways.
So yeah, this is like, I mean, it's beautiful. You can see, so you see those horizontal lines here?
Yes,
Those are like the water channels. And then way over here on the left, like this side of the hill, this is where Rogelio's family runs. This like steep.
Yeah, they own that whole side of the hill, side of the mountain, and around the left of it too. He said the backside of that part was theirs as well.
Yeah. And he said up on top of this like mountain, there's like a big lake and stuff. There's a plateau with a lake and Inca remains. It's just everywhere in the Sacred Valley. Yeah, zoomed into this is the face of the
Oh, dude.
the storehouses. I forget the name of his dog. What was it? The scrappy dog came with
I
his
don't
dog.
remember. Yeah.
Yeah, so we were hiking up. Let's skip up this.
Jack?
Was it Jack?
Jack. Yeah, Jack.
Oh, fuck me.
Ben,
That sounds better, Matt.
Ben, you predicted that Matt would join this from his phone.
I did.
Look at this.
I suck.
Are you on a cellular network?
He's now on his phone.
Yeah, is it better? Are we doing better here?
It is a little better, yeah. It looks better. It sounds better. You know.
Yeah.
Your phone sounds better and looks better than your computer.
That's fine. Okay. I could not stop the Apple backup. It was like long story. We won't get into it.
All right, bro.
Like, fuck this guy, man.
So, the clouds would break, you've got glaciers and snow-capped mountains around through here. It's, the baseline. This is actually lower than Cusco at the bottom here, like 8,500 feet at the bottom.
Yeah.
Which obviously the mountains go up to 12, 14 plus in the valley. Machu Picchu people always talk about being high up in the air. It's not. It's
Come on, man.
7,000 feet. Cusco is 11,500 feet. It's always high. So yeah, as we're hiking up, that's the quarry. So this is you see the rubble area here. This is all the quarry and staging area as we're going up towards it, and then this was the area I was interested in with the drone.
Oh, let's go. This is fast.
And, I think
Come on.
flying up
This is it. This is the run. No.
And even this photo that we're looking at right now, the part of the path that's in the foreground is steep. You can't tell. It's not flat. There we are. In the one rest area. Look at me, I'm dying. He's dying.
I'm gonna have to change it up.
The dog had no problem. Yeah.
The darker entry is pretty terrible right now.
Yeah, I had to carry him across the bridge.
Yes.
Wanna run? Thanks, brother.
From the previous trip says, all right, I'll donate to the drone funds.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for being here, man.
Mr. Shaggy dial up, and he'll see us all.
Do what you need to do.
What's up, bro?
Today's a great day to get things done.
This is a picture with the colouring. And there's Rogelio with his very cool hat.
Yeah, that's an authentic old school Peruvian style hat.
I want one actually.
Yeah.
He's got to make me one.
Yeah, his grandfather makes them by hand or something.
Oh yeah, bro. We gotta have those.
Mr. Shit.
That's me.
Let me skip up to some stuff here. I added in, I think a mix.
This whole hike was like, for a couple of reasons, was excellent. Obviously, we've all heard and talked about this idea of the quarry for the Sun Temple or the Congo is on the other side of the valley, on the other mountain. So the idea of like, let's hike up there and see. Well, number one, like I've said before, we didn't actually get to any quarry. And number two, it really gave you the concept of like how far we're talking about here. Just walking up to this site was incredibly tiring. The concept of people using manpower to drag giant blocks around on these incredibly steep mountainsides, I don't know. And Rogelio too was saying, it's not really clear. Did they cut these blocks out roughly and then just tumble them down the mountain, or did they try to control the passageway? He said in some cases it looks like they just pushed them down and hoped they didn't break, and in other cases they, were dragging them down the path. But there's like remnant stones all along the pathways. Yeah, and there's probably some in the.
How do I get a back boost
He
there?
said that there was a bridge there that the existing bridge that they still use today that has modern concrete and everything has megalithic stonework at the base down in the foundation under the water.
Yeah, I got pictures of it.
Yeah.
Z-Brawl, $50 man, definitely need to go to Peru. Thanks so much.
Wow, thank you, man.
Same here. We got one from Z-Brawl as well. $50.
And Martin.
And Martin Rander says, "I'm glad I caught the live. Happy Valentine's."
Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
$2 from Nee Davis.
Nick.
Nee Davis.
Kenny Davis. Matt, he says he's gonna find a new buckmate, Matt, because you need to save for some AOL connection.
Yeah, not going. Canceling, good. Well, Dan just gave me $20 and said, "This is just for Ben. Buy your own drones and dial up." So, thank you, Dan. Yeah, and I think I've taken the best picture of you that is in existence, right here.
That is pretty good.
I think it's pretty.
It's a fantastic thing.
Look at this. This is the environment. This is what I mean about the natural beauty. It's phenomenal. I also love this picture.
Oh yeah,
It's such a cool, image.
With Jackass.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this was a fun day. Like I said, yeah, it was
Tough but fun, yeah.
tough, but
Dude, the next day we were all just like,
yeah, a little sore the next day. Well, yeah, you talk about. I mean, so I think I have. Let me take. I think just let's. We'll move on to a different topic here shortly.
Sure,
Yeah. Okay, but I think I did get pictures of the bridge, if I recall. Let's see. I just forgot. No, this is we're already over the road here. No, we're not. I think we're actually.
He was pointing the bridge out to us.
This is the bridge here. Yeah. So it has
to the left some old. They didn't end up using them, or maybe that's, I don't know what he was telling us, but the base of those columns have megalithic blocks. And then he told us that they came along and, yeah, there, right there. That they came along, yes. Look at that.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Yeah, they tried to build another bridge.
Yeah.
A modern bridge. And
Yep.
it didn't work as well.
Yep.
So, nope. They keep the megalithic one.
Yeah.
And it's a good example. In the Inca obviously worked on this as well because we've got this stuff here. But yeah, at some point I mean, he was saying that they would actually, he reckons that they were blocking off like half the river at a time to move the stones across.
Yeah.
Like you block half the river and you move it halfway, then you
Unblock. Yeah.
and then you unblock one side and block this and then move it across.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm not sure I buy that, but maybe.
I mean, we know they moved them because they're in the way. Because this is the other thing I wanted to show was the other stone that we got, which was here. Like this was down back across
yes.
the river.
That's right.
You know, we're sitting on the train track here, and in this field, just happens to be
A giant block.
giant block of stone. Look at this
The
thing.
farmers just farm around it.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's a couple. And then from here, you're on the other side of the river where Oriente Tango is, and you climb up the hill towards it. And I know that they were doing roadworks, we couldn't see it, but I've seen it in the past. I have pictures on that road, another massive block, probably as big or bigger than that. And
Wasn't that one
had to build a road.
15 by 6 or something?
Yeah, we did get, I think I got a little footage of him on it, because he does.
He gets on it and then he lays down. It's 3.5 Rohelios long or something like that.
And he's more or less just under 6 foot tall.
New
Yeah.
standard of measure.
Well, they just seeded too. They actually asked the farmers if we could go in there, and they're like, no, we just seeded it. So.
Yeah. They would have let us, but they had just put seed in the ground, so they were like,
Yeah,
please don't walk over it.
Yeah, this is Oriente Tambo over here, so it had to cross over, and then there's this road that goes up to it, and there's another block in here somewhere. At least one. There's probably more than this. This is down in the valley.
Dan, thanks. $20. He says drones are expensive. Appreciate the sacrifice. Thank you.
Let's see if we get back to this point where he gets on the stone. So yeah, so you get an idea of the size of it here anyway. So we're sitting on the railway tracks.
Yeah.
It's quite an active railway line, right? So we're sticking our ear to it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, how the hell did this thing get here? You know,
Yeah.
it is huge.
Wait, how did your shirt get on it if you weren't allowed to walk in
It's
the
a
field?
farm's.
That's farmers stuff.
Actually, I did get. Let me just look at this. I know. I'm sorry about jumping around on this.
It's all right. It's fine. Yeah, Rogelio did run out there.
Ridiculous start. Can you imagine this is the run? No. It's too slow.
I know, I have pictures of it.
Flew over it and around him. I've seen the footage. Maybe it's the other one. Okay.
It's amazing how they brought it all the way down. You can see from there ground level. You just had it with me in there, bringing it down from ground, like all the way on the quarry, all the way ground level, and then back up. You know, the thing that people don't realize. Then you still got to bring it all the way back up to the other side.
Yep.
Yeah. And he was telling us, we didn't get to go look at the ramp over by the temple area, but he was telling us that they used this ramp to bring the stones up there.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. He says there's some stones on the ramp, so we just didn't get to see it.
Yeah. I Okay, I don't know where this video's gone. It must be here somewhere, but I definitely have been there. Anyway, yeah, let me stop sharing it now. Come back to that. But yeah, well, Quarry was cool.
It was. It was one of the highlights of the trip. And not something I think that, that many other tours or people do. And so it's like, we're going to offer it on the tour as an option. If you feel up to it, this is a tough hike. Yeah. Ben and I will sit and drink coffee because we've already done it. And you guys can...
It's a beautiful hike. It's very similar to if you've done Grand Canyon, Angels Flight, where you have the cliff by your side, beautiful landscapes, very intense walking, and there's plenty of places to sit and rest, but you have to be acclimated. Yeah, that's the thing, is you just gotta walk kind of slower than you would normally think you have to walk.
Yeah, the altitude takes a moment to get acclimated, and we will do that. So the itinerary is essentially, we're going a couple of days in Lima. There's things to see around Lima. We're going to Corral, which is a 5,000-year-old pyramid site that's, I think, to the north of Lima. And then we fly to Cusco, but we have we're there in an evening. The next day in Cusco is going to be an easy, the city walk day, which is all of the Inca Roca walls,
Do you have the video of you almost dying? That would be highly entertaining. I think. Yeah, the one I got of you where the truck is.
Oh, the truck. Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, man.
It was pretty fun.
You physically got squished between a wall and a truck.
That was coming around. I don't know where that is. Okay. It's probably, we use your iPhone or something?
Yeah, I put it, it's alright.
I nearly died on a break. No brakes. Narrow streets of Cusco.
I was laughing. This was great. I'm like, look at Ben. He's going to die. As he's getting squished by a box truck.
Yeah. And I get up and I'm like, that was close.
Yep, it was close. I saw that he wasn't going to stop, and so I slid through, and then Ben decided he was also going to slide through.
And I probably should have just gone backwards.
And you maybe should have just waited. Yeah. All the roads in Cusco were like that. Yeah. It was,
Well, this is Cusco. Like, this is what it's like. Actually, I'm not sure.
Come on, game. Like, come on.
A nice this is a nice street, but they're narrow like this.
yeah, they're narrow. The cars are going right here.
Yeah.
You're constantly managing with vehicles. Yep.
And then trucks in the street, obviously the box trucks or whatever that are coming through here. It's squeezy.
Yeah.
And they're
Squeezy.
drive like Fangio. Yeah, lots of it. Like it's cool. Like I love Cusco. It's just it's one of those places that's. I don't think there's anything quite like it anywhere else in the world.
It was so awesome. And we were there for like four nights, 5 days.
Yeah.
We did a lot of walking around, exploring.
Show me Puma Punku. Let's go.
Okay. Kyle is ready to see Olivia.
Yeah.
There it is. There's me sliding through.
What's this?
Yes. And then Ben's like, I can do that.
Damn.
You should hear the audio. It's actually I can put the audio on. Like,
Yeah, Matt like,
It's gonna be loud.
I don't hear it.
Nope. Actually, it's
I'll be right back, guys.
Did you
Keep
hear it?
going on without me.
perfectly silent.
No, we don't hear it.
oh, hang on. Well, I can fix this.
Yeah, you have to reshare with the audio.
Also share. There we go.
So we have some questions. While Ben's doing that, we have questions like, how large were the stones from the quarry? Up 80, maybe 100 tons.
80 to 100 tons. Yeah, we paced them out. You can do
An estimate.
estimate cubic meters into about 2.8, 2.7 cubic meters per ton. So you sort of pace it out. And be all right. But here we go.
Gracias. Oh. There it goes.
Yeah, he left.
Yes, show you what? Can you concrete? What was I saying?
Another question, can you camp up there? That's a good question. I'm not sure you would want to.
You
It
can.
is-
I mean, you do the Inca Trail, right?
Yeah.
People can in a backpack.
Yeah, there might be some good spots on that on the quarry area. I mean, it's pretty rocky, but you might be able to find a good place to sleep.
Yeah. I think you could do it. You'd find a spot. I mean, there's enough little bit of dry ground, and I mean, just flat ground here and there. You can. I'm sure you could. It wouldn't be a bad idea to try and do that over 2 days. I don't know if you need. I don't know how the permitting works or anything like that. But I mean, one thing that Rogelio does do, and this is, look, to be honest, one of the reasons I went down there to talk to him, and because I knew him from way back when, like 2014, and I really was impressed with him then. You know, mostly what he does is he takes smaller groups and they do the Inca Trail, which is like 4 or 5 nights. It's backpacking, and I wanted to make sure that we could pull this off with a busload of people, as opposed to sort of 10 people. And we can. I mean, he does that sort of work too. But you could actually, that'd be an interesting way to get up to that quarry. Honestly, is to just do it 2 days. You could do it in a day. It'd be a long and hard day, but a nicer way to do it might be to do it overnight. Just park, get up to that quarry area and go up the line, whatever.
Camp out, hang out.
And you've got all the next day to get up there and
Oh man.
Come back down.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you would come back down and take them. So what did you yell at me, Carl? You want me to see what? Pimapunku?
Yeah, bro. What the hell? Stop holding up. Hey, well, I also wanted to mention Guild Stranger from our Discord. I did get boxes
Like what?
3 and 4, or like whatever. And I wanted to show you guys. Huh? Well, the first one was also 2 boxes, so I'm gonna say 3 and 4.
Yeah, I like the backing up. I think I'm gonna do the backing up strat.
Mirrored Realities. It's an India Pale. But I wanted to show you guys.
I could have done a way
this guy
cleaner
packages
too.
beers.
Okay.
It's
I backed up late there.
professional beer packaging.
Oh yeah. That's perfect.
All the individually cut out into the. You've got foam cutouts. Holy crap!
That is good.
It seems that's actually amazing.
It's the most legit beer packaging.
Beer packaging.
This is
Definitely fancy beers.
beautiful boxes of beer, sir. Thank you very much.
Well, we got a great simple Ben story. It says you went from.
They're right though. I mean,
Uncharted X.
dented cans of beer are terrible, and they dent so easily. He makes a good point.
Don't use Matt as your Professor Shy as your safety partner.
Are you there, Matt?
I don't know where he went. He just quit.
Okay, he's back.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys booted me. I don't know what
I was just trying to hide the video when you left, and I guess you can't bring it back on your own.
Nope.
No.
Yeah, don't use Matt as your safety button.
This guard has been hitting me, literally,
I'll know
so
that
much
somebody
today.
is gonna die if Matt's going.
Highly amused. This is my reaction. I'll tell you a quick story. My wife, who you guys know, she gets really ticked off when there's an emergency. And instead of me being really nervous, I'm like, oh God, what are we going to do? I'm like, it's fine. Or I'm like, come on, we're going to fix this. Like,
I love the laugh in the background of that video. It's great.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, he
What
was
the
already-
fuck is that?
That was day 2, right? That was the second day. That was the first full day we had in Tuesday. And so we had just started walking on the streets, and Matt was already like freaking out because of how close the cars were coming to us. He's like, "Oh my God!" And then we get to that one part, and he's like, "Whoa!" You know, it's just It's entertaining.
Well, he was also freaking out just immediately with the driving because it's like
The traffic. Yeah.
you mentioned when he's over, this is nothing.
Yeah.
What?
It's like, yeah. Like this is calm driving.
You're in a van and like I've never
Come on,
experienced
man.
this, but your driver, your taxi cab or van driver.
Yo, total bro, what up? Oh no.
Every cab driver is going to pass 100 people on your journey of 5 miles.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, thanks, OJ. Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, we had Alex. I was just like,
Thanks, OJ.
Alex was like Gran Turismo. Alex. We had this one driving us on it, and of course the road down from Cusco that gets into the Sacred Valley is just these switchbacks. It's on this mountainside. I've done it a bunch of times doing buses and stuff, but
Yeah.
he was just hauling ass. We're overtaking everyone on the way down. I'm just like,
Yeah, and then there's a sharp turn. It's a blind curve, incredibly sharp blind curve for going downhill, and he goes to the other side of the road so that he can take a turn faster. You know, you're just like, you don't know if somebody's coming up the hill that coming the other direction. He doesn't care. He's hauling ass. It was great.
It's good that OJ has. It's not that good that he passed away. It's not good at all. I wish everyone wishes that he could like tell the truth and come to the truth.
need to be going this fast.
But like, it's good that he's in like peace.
That's true.
He's at peace.
Yeah, you could hear the tires, you know, squeaking.
Everyone drives stick too, so it makes it feel faster because they're
OJ made like the Kardashian family friggin' 100 millionaires.
two-wheelers up a, like a switchback U-turn.
He brings wealth to others.
They're coming down the hill, and sometimes there is, and they just slow down.
No.
They slow down. Go
Passed away. His ex-wife and her boyfriend.
It's epic. It's a lot of fun.
Did you get this question from Ryan?
Oh
Yeah,
man.
Ryan is asking, is Chauvin de Huantar on the itinerary for the tour?
Chapman.
Yeah, Chapman.
Unfortunately, no. So, Dad's in the chat. Hello, Dad.
Hey.
Ronnie, who's in there?
And, right.
Yeah, right.
So, long story short,
Yeah, we went back and forth on doing this. Yeah.
yeah. So it's already going to be 15 days. Chavin is just, it will take 2 or 3 days to get up there and do it. And I am going to do it. We will do it, but it'll probably be like a pre-extension optional thing at some point. Not on this trip. And then the same thing, I think I've talked to some people who were talking about doing an extension to Easter Island afterwards. We're not going to do that this time either. I want to make sure that we can run this. Excuse me, that we can run this trip.
I'm gonna load the vape. I need to pick me up.
First time doing a tour.
I'm gonna drink some water, load the vape.
I really like Rogelio. I like the setup down there. I just want to make sure that we can sort of execute on that and make sure that people have good time. It's taken quite a bit of time and effort to put it together as it is, and I think once we have that and it goes well, then it'll be easier.
Oh wow, really? Are you serious?
Another one in the future to add on and look at doing things like Easter Island or a free trip.
I did not know that.
Yeah. There's plenty of stuff.
We should get into fucking makeup business.
But we're planning on doing more. We just want to get this one
What the
done.
fuck is that?
We want it to go smoothly, and then after that we can look at changing things, adding things, whatever.
But we typically, I mean, in the past, for
Oh wow, yeah.
extensions,
$1 billion.
or something like that, people that
Wow.
have already been on the original tour.
Yeah.
They can
That's
join
crazy.
extensions only.
If they want, yes.
So if you go this time, but you also wanted to do
That's insane.
these future extensions, you'll be able to just do the extensions next time.
Yeah.
No refunds, I guess.
Yeah. Like if you haven't done, it's like if you've not toured with us before, then it's like we don't just let people rent. Like for example, the beach trip is coming up. We have an extension to the Red Sea, which is basically a restaurant like beach diving sort of Red Sea thing.
Oh, the double dock.
And I'm like, we want to reserve that for the people that are on tour. I don't just want people turning up just for the Red Sea. But if you've come with us before, we know you've
Yeah. Yeah.
just for the Red Sea. That's all good. So that's the way I think we'd like to do it for these extensions and stuff. And I did get another question in here, Pansy Dude, just saying, are there lesser known sites that you're excited to see or to share? And yes, like a lot of these sites we're going to things like Kui Riamok, Napa and Glacier, things like the Quarry. We're also doing, people have Picchu.
$1 billion.
Which is the big mountain behind Machu Picchu. And
Wow.
it's like a couple hundred tickets a day for people to go and climb that. Where's that thingy?
Silastani, we're going to see the
Oh, she's
Chopra
being
Tower,
sued?
what
Are
we
you
call Chopras.
serious?
I'm not sure if they were actually. The Chopra Towers are based off of these.
Wow.
these
For like
giant
misrepresentation or
towers.
whatever?
Look at those. That's not exactly. I mean,
Fraud?
there are people there. It's a, it's a well-known
There must be
site,
some
but
fraud
that is a
involved.
place to go see. It isn't-
It's
yeah,
like
it isn't, it's
I'm
not
guessing
on the- well, of the
someone
normal
overestimated the value.
amazing stuff to see there. Over top of the lake.
Interesting.
It's closer to Pumapunku. and to
Like
the
a,
other stuff.
what is it like? There could be perhaps some collusion.
Stonework style is
These are
similar,
words I
but
learned from
it's
Carl
closer to
Jobs'
what we see in
video.
Pumapunku than it is
Some collusion and racketeering.
Machu Picchu. Yes, indeed. Yeah, it is.
And look, if we have time too, it's going to depend on the last day getting back from. So my itinerary, we're going to end in Bolivia and then we drive back.
It's amazing what you learn from speedrunners, eh?
Peru, back to the lake, back to Juliaca to catch a flight to Lima. But if we have time on that day, I'd love to go to something like Cotimbo, which is also another Chukwu Tower place.
Think about it logically, it doesn't even make
What about
sense.
Rakchi? Are we going there? Is that how you say that?
Rakchi?
Rakchi.
Fuck me, man.
I think it might be on the itinerary. We'll see.
I'm thinking, does she have like a factory in China? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking maybe like they opened up or they joined a factory in China and they bought the factory. That's the only thing I'm thinking.
Beautiful carved stones.
But yeah, $1 billion.
Rakchi is one of those. It's almost all Inca work, but then there's a few
That's what I think she
spots
did. Genius.
where it looks like the Inca
We have to
just
do that,
added
man.
on to something that was much more ancient that was already there.
Yeah, and look, this is a good point that maybe before I get to Pumapunku, I just want to make real quickly with, let's say,
Were you someone's name?
is those are the sites that I'm particularly interested in, and I think mostly our audience is too, with the megalithic work, right? Because you just see that, and there's such a clear difference.
Yeah.
In places like this. Like
Oh, wow.
Where
Crazy.
go back a bit, you'll be able to see it here. You have the.
Dang, can you imagine she goes to jail? That'd be so terrible.
Then you have the
That'd be so terrible.
So there's a definite order of construction that happens in Peru that I think relates to
That's crazy, man.
distinctly different periods of construction.
Never the other way around.
Huh?
Is it never the other way
It's
around?
never the other way around. No, it's always Hanan Pacha, which is the monolithic.
I was reading the story. There's like a
Like Temple of the Moon. I mean, I don't know, Ross,
a microbiologist woman who's in prison in the United States, and she's been in prison for like 4 or 5 years, and it has to do with
And by the way, this is a guy named Jesus.
what was the story? I can't remember the story.
Terminology and method
I know this is
clarifying,
a moot story, but she was on the cover of some women's magazine, female entrepreneur. Oh, no way. Yeah, that biologist was on the cover of Time or Forbes, and she's in prison now for.
Yes. Japan.
What did she do?
This is an interesting megalithic system.
I can't remember.
I don't buy into the rest of what Jesus
It's a big grift. I think that's what it was. I think she like overvalued, or she took on too many investments or something, or she overvalued the company. It was something really benign. It was like an ELISA test where it checks like an antibody test for something really like it might be wrong with that, or some sort of like DNA test or something. In order to push a narrative, yeah. She's in prison, man. And she was, like, she didn't... I don't know, I can't remember the story. I can pull it up. I'll pull it up now, when I take my break right now. I'll pull it up right now. It's pretty crazy, man. She got, like, super rich. Who you're talking about? Yeah, let's see. Let's see who it is.
They did have precursor civilizations, but the Inca were
crazy.
what you might expect from a relatively
Yes, Elizabeth Holmes. My God.
That shot was interesting too, because what we're looking at is the top of the wall there where we're missing blocks. So you can see how the blocks were fitted in.
Multiple blocks fitted up against that one lower stone.
In sections, and it's all, it's all in different layers and levels, and just, it's amazing. You see this everywhere.
This is Valley Temple, right? This is a small scale side of what you see
Yes.
in Valley Temple, the way they indent blocks in.
Yes.
Yeah, dude, it was like some like blood test or some shit.
And you've got,
Like
stuff here on the
crazy
right,
story.
the cobblestone repair work.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see it's all over here. Look at this, like this.
Yeah, that you can see it.
Slices in it.
Yep.
See if I've got.
I'm gonna load the vape, but let's look up the story of Elizabeth Holmes. Let's find a video. This is fucked, man. It could be done via an app on your phone. Wow. Really? But I mean, like, is she not just like a businesswoman? Like, how is this illegal? What, she overpromised? She stole?
Began as a startup of almost mythical proportions and gold.
She sold like a ghost company or something?
It's just an incredible morality tale.
A woman once hailed as a Silicon Valley visionary is facing federal fraud charges tonight.
Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes has now officially been indicted on federal water.
Alright, we're gonna watch this while I load the vape. Use the washroom.
Imagine building a company that everyone thought would change the world, but ended up being one of the biggest frauds in history. Theranos, the company started in 2003 by Stanford dropout Elizabeth Holmes, was just that. They fooled everyone, receiving over $600 million of funding in the process. What Theranos promised was a revolutionary blood analyzer that could run hundreds of tests just from a finger prick in the comfort of your own home. However, this story isn't one of great success or inspiration. This story is about deceit, fraud, manipulation, and a CEO who would stop at nothing to get her goal.
Wow,
This is the story of Theranos, a
this
company
guy is
once
definitely
worth
biased.
$9 billion, and the story of how it all came crashing
I
down
watch
in one
this.
of the worst
This sounds like a
disasters
propaganda
in
piece.
Silicon Valley.
This straight up sounds like a propaganda piece. You can tell sometimes they say they're a paid advertising channel if you look at it because they have to. I don't know, man. I don't think she's guilty. She's in prison, man. Like, that's fucked. The entire time with a straight face. Really? Prison term reduced. Man.
For the very first time, Elizabeth Holmes is opening up the secret labs.
So this is 2016. This is 2016. Before she's the fraud.
No one has ever seen this. You were the first one.
Wow. In 2003, then 19-year-old Elizabeth Holmes dropped out of Stanford and founded Theranos with the hope of using small amounts of blood, just a few drops, to do what normally took numerous tubes.
There's no subtitles.
Blood drawn at some point or another in their lives. How much do you really know about what happens after the blood was drawn?
Testing blood may seem like a simple process, but in fact there are numerous steps that can impact the results. For example, the tourniquet. How long is that supposed to be on? Was that alcohol or iodine used to clean my arm? What's the size of the needle?
We've designed Lancet. A Lancet. Needle has a hole.
Cholesterol at 170. My own doctor found it to be 169 just the week before. Holmes says she wants to make this sort of testing available anywhere, anytime.
There's no reason why these can't be distributed in in very, very decentralized locations.
Your home?
Yeah.
You think people's homes should have these, essentially a clinical laboratory in their own house?
I think that's a very interesting space.
But wherever the tests occur, the results need to be precise and accurate. And that's where the story of Theranos starts to crumble.
There were several labs that were tested that weren't totally accurate.
One study in the Journal of Clinical Investigation found the tests from Theranos retail testing sites in Phoenix, Arizona to have significant discrepancies. But even more damaging, an assessment from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services of their Newark, California lab, which questioned Theranos' ability to run a clinical laboratory, citing, quote, a global and long-term failure of the quality control program, and demanding they get their act together. Wall Street Journal investigative reporter John Carreyrou first broke that story last October.
Theranos wasn't able to do so to the agency's satisfaction, so the agency has now decided it's going to shut that lab down, and it's going to ban Elizabeth Holmes from the blood testing industry for at least 2 years.
Holmes has until September 5th to appeal, but in her first interview since the CMS decision, she insists the technology was never to fault for the erroneous results. Instead, she blames it on flawed operations and personnel.
At the highest level, we didn't have the right leadership.
I don't know, man. I don't think it's that
didn't have the
severe.
implementation of the quality
True.
system in
True.
terms of procedures and the associated
I don't know.
documentation to ensure that we were
It's pretty
realizing
crazy. You can go to prison for pretty benign stuff
Of course,
now.
in the middle of all this are patients whose health depended on Theranos.
She does have the crazy eyes, though. I'm sorry, she's in prison. I'm not, like...
He was suggesting that the lab results
Sad, man.
from Theranos
It could just be a psyop, too. She's nuts.
Based on what you know, is it possible that what he's saying is true? Could he have gotten a lab result that was so askew they didn't act on it, and then a month later he ended up having a heart attack?
I'm not the lab director, and so...
I know that you're the CEO and founder of the company, and this is as serious as it gets.
What I know is that I've put the best people in place to be able to investigate every aspect of this and ensure that we meet the quality standards that we hold ourselves to, and I know they're doing that.
The biggest problem was going live with blood tests that didn't work, or that worked only part of the time.
Theranos is under the microscope of the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Securities and Exchange Commission about whether it misled investors about its technology.
I'm a doctor, I'm a scientist. It takes me some time to understand all that you are talking about. I'm not sure that I frankly still understand all of it. The people who are putting in tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars fully understand Theranos.
They understood the... I don't know the best way to answer that. The reason they invested in the first place, right? These are sophisticated investors who chose to come into a startup company based on our intellectual property, based on our patent portfolio, based on our mission, based on the people who were here, based on what we were looking to do. Right?
One of the headlines was $9 billion company down to zero. First of all, is that accurate?
The headlines are not always accurate, as you know.
Well, when you read stuff like that, then, I mean, what do you think when you're an investor and a board member are reading those same things?
Those articles were focused on me personally, and
You're sad.
That's beautiful.
Ah.
Yeah, it is. Dude, I can't wait till you see it. It's I do want to just show you the example of the Equin touch of the Inca work. It's on top of this. I'm sorry. Sorry about the waving around.
Panning nightmare.
Well, yeah, here's a saw cut.
Well, there's a saw cut.
Yeah. Saw cut on.
Wow.
You can actually see that it's been run down into the bottom here.
That's at the top.
That's at the top. Yeah, this is like it's a saw cut block.
Man, that's a thin.
Yes. Thin
cut.
blade.
Yeah.
This is not, I mean, and a lot of this, I asked, what were the tools they were supposed to have? And we're talking stone tools. These people weren't using copper yet. So.
That was 2 credit cards thick, I think that cut. By the way, am I clear now, or we good?
Yeah, you sound
good, man.
Right, yeah, you look very, you could even turn the camera this way.
Yeah, you could do the old
You could,
landscape.
do a landscape camera there,
It
man.
won't work on this technology, bro.
No,
I'd
it
do
won't.
it.
It said when you joined, it said you joined in portrait mode. So
Go the other way. Go
you
back.
probably. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. That's right. Yes, we're great. Yeah, so Rogelio's pointing out the Chincana here. We'll get to Pumapunku, but the Chincana, like the entrance. He said, as kids, this was an entrance. A lot of these sites, and this is like people realize they just had that discovery. It's been known about for a long time that this existed, but they just sort of proved, I guess, that there's a tunnel running between Cusco and Sacsayhuama, like this labyrinth, right? They call them Chincanas. It's a
Chincana.
It's a labyrinth. It's an underground thing. There was years and years ago, these students, like 3 or 4 of these students went down in there and they never came out. They died.
Yeah.
They got lost. And now they barred up the entrances to these things because there's literally an entrance to that tunnel in the Coricancha, and we went and saw where it was. It's behind a grate. But, you know, Rogelio was saying that as a kid, that they've also sealed this up, but there's a lot of these sites have entrances to these Chincanas. And this is the entrance down here where he would go into. Like as kids, they'd go and play in there, but they've since blocked it up.
He pointed one out to us on the mountain when we were climbing up to the quarry site. He said, up. So he pointed like right here. We're walking past a cliff area. And he's like, if you climb up there, you'll see there's an entrance going down. I climbed up, sure enough. It was going down in, but it had collapsed. Right? But he was like, that used to be a tunnel and it's supposed to connect to all this other stuff. And we're on the other side of the valley. It's wild.
Miles and miles going both onto the tops of mountains, through them, all the way down into the valley. We're talking thousands of feet in elevation change and miles, and they all connected together. I mean,
Yeah, and if that one that he pointed out to us on the quarry side connected to some of this stuff on the temple side, it had to go beneath the river, which is amazing, right? It's like,
Yeah, it is kind of crazy. Yeah, look at this. I mean, they closed this area off. It's so silly. I've been in here before, but some of these blocks are amazing. Look at the size.
Yeah.
This is gigantic pink granite block, and you see the same super precise joinery.
that would be over 100 tons, like based off of the based off our measurements.
And the same type of spalling and decomposition of the stone right there. That's wild.
Look at that pink. You can still see the beautiful rose in that, though. I mean, the quarry in person is majestic. There you can see some of it, but imagine the whole mountainside of this beautiful rose granite.
Also, this polished surface that you can see left here, very similar to like what you see on the Serapeum boxes with the.
they were probably polished.
Yeah, these were probably all originally polished really well.
Yeah.
You can find it. Yeah. I can't wait to see your reaction. It's going to be fun watching your reaction to it the first time.
Do you have any videos of us actually when you were amazed when you first touched them because they look rough and you touch them and they're as smooth as.
That was in it. That was in
Pumapunku. Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, like it looks rough. You reach down and touch it. You're like, oh my god! It's like, it's like super smooth, but it looks like a rough block.
Yeah. It feels like a seal. You know, if you ever petted a seal or dolphin or something, you know, like
smooth as eggs.
Okay, smooth as eggs. You got your Valentine's eggs. That's good.
Let's see. Tiwanaku. I got some videos, but.
Are we eating? I got some chips over here.
I'm trying not to.
Not anything but chips.
Yeah,
not
don't eat chips. Don't eat chips,
Please.
Matt. We'll kick you off the stream.
You can have some beef jerky or something.
Yeah.
This is.
There we go.
I'm sorry. Enough sun gates that are laying down. Okay. You see they have those holes in the bottom. So they will like.
Yeah, it's really loud, but it's alright. It's probably okay.
Interesting, I suppose, but.
My camera works outstanding.
This alien is too much, man.
Thank you.
I wonder what happened to you.
It's a Benception, dude. Benception.
It's why I film everything, because I get, there's usually within a 10-minute period of me just doing terrible things, there might be 35 quarter seconds or something.
Ben,
what my
filming you
videos are
guys, I had double-handed camera. I'm like standing perfectly still, like this is gonna be beautiful footage, and then I replayed. I'm like, what this is all trash. So
It's
I'm like,
trash.
I need a gimbal.
So this is the.
I'm sorry.
The phone or with the. I've got your stuff here. Like you definitely.
Some of the stuff is really clean. The phone
The
stuff.
videos. Yeah. I mean, this is that.
Yeah, there we go.
Here we are. Puma Punku,
Get you in there. Information.
our final Bolivian destination. At 12,800
So we did.
feet.
There's gonna be walk and talk footaging.
And we are.
Because I did. Me and Russ did strap on microphones for quite a bit of this, and
That's right.
I will sync that footage up, and I think there'll be some really good just footage of us walking around talking about these sites. I did one of those videos recently on my channel with Yusuf, where Yusuf and I just mic'd up and did a walk around. People seem to like it, and it's just fun. It's easy.
Oh yeah, look at that. Detail everywhere.
Sort of look at that.
There's flat surfaces. These.
We're here in the audio, and it's hard to hear you with the audio of the video going.
So I don't know if there's like parts where we touch stuff, but there's definitely some.
There is. There's parts where we touch it. We're starting to touch things here, but very smooth vertical surface here. There you go.
Perfect.
Pretty loud audio.
Yeah. Perfect. Wow. Beautiful. Beautiful work.
Yeah, so this is, my volume's 20, but
I don't know why, but it's super loud over here.
So this is the crazy thing, and this is all andesite, right? So this isn't soft stone. You have two types of stone generally, punku, andesite, and red sandstone. The big pieces behind here are red sandstone. It's probably one of the biggest pieces on site. It's like 200 plus tons.
I'm gonna do this for another half hour, maybe, and then I'm gonna sign off. Maybe another half hour. Maybe.
I was just gonna say that one that we were just looking at looked like sandstone because of the way it was kind of worn.
Yeah. This is what I'm going to say is from an inexperienced person looking at these type of ancient stone and ancient megaliths, it looked like it would feel like sandpaper, and like it was smoother than eggs. It was definitely like rubbing a snake one way, like the smooth. It was like super smooth, like supple leather or silk. It was that, incredible.
Yeah, and then you see stuff like this where it's like, what are you guys doing? Like, why?
Yeah.
What is it? Just showing off here? I mean, there's so much of those, just these perfect kind of light returns and everything sharp and clean. As I was looking, and you're actually standing on top of a manufactured, the whole thing, like this is a big, giant, flat top pyramid, essentially, or some sort of ziggurat.
Oh, really? This is earthen. It's an earthen mound.
Well, it's probably stone. I think it was either midden or this place was like mud.
It's just covered in sediment or something.
Yes, and well, the lake did something happened. It was probably a flood that hit this that came from the lake. And yeah, you dig down, you look down here, like the same as the Callias, not the Callias Society. What's the step pyramid on the other side of the
Wow.
The Akapana.
So that whole channel, all that's built. This is part of the structure here. All this stuff that we're looking at.
The wall is new excavation.
Right, but you can see on the inside that there's. Yeah, it looks like red stone.
It's really annoying, these ropes here. I have walked this whole channel.
It's too much, man. The UFO emote? Come on. The UFO emote?
So this whole. That's crazy. There had to be some kind of inundation to bury all that stone and all that sediment.
Yep. I think there's strong indication of something catastrophic happening to this site. It was on the lakeshore originally. There's a strand line that runs right through here where essentially Tiwanaku and Pumapunku was an island on the lake.
That's what I was going to ask. Is there any geological data on the strata of this soil?
Good question.
That would be interesting.
I don't know about the specific geological data of the strata. I know that guys like Poznansky have dug into it and they found fossils that go back to the Pleistocene. So
Could be,
these things sort of get dismissed with the mainstream. There's carbon.
Well, I'm wondering more or less noticed that is it stratified, or is it like because you could figure out? Yeah.
Well, the Olympics told us about the stratification all the way on the other side of Lake Titicaca on the mountains. It would come all the way over in this basin in a huge circle. And like Ben was saying, some of this land would have been actually an island, which would have put this location and other locations to being much older, right? Like when was the lake much deeper?
Yeah, well, that's the interesting thing about the strand line. This is the strand line that, strand lines of water causes them through wave action and can take a long time to create a strand line. And obviously it's level when it's created, but this is the thing that H.S. Bellamy recorded in his book, like written before what's called Before the Flood. It's a tilted strand line. So now there's like, they follow the strand line 300-400 miles, and but it tilts now. It's got this distinct tilt to it, a couple degree tilt to it, which is a geological uplift. That's how long does that process take to tilt a strand line? Because evidently
No way. Are you serious, Toad? No. No. Wow, man. Wow. Dude, Sunny was like my first crush, like, ever in life. No. Sunny was like the, have you ever seen the end of the Jungle Book? Me seeing Sunny for the first time on that Saturday morning in the 90s. That was like the end of the Jungle Book. That's all I'm gonna say.
I think so, yeah. It's not, they don't have it very old, right? It's supposed to be early Inca, basically. Before them.
Yeah, Legetu, there's a cosmographic about this tilt. No, I did an interview with Randall, and I tried to get an answer out of him about the tilt.
That's sad, man.
He didn't have a lot of data on it. We didn't really get anywhere with it. But I tried to talk to Randall about how long that might take for this tilt to occur.
Wasn't she like one of the? I don't know if she was like one of the first.
It's frustrating how
WWE beauty people, WWF beauty people. But it was definitely the first I saw.
Again, it could be a campfire, it could be just settlement, it could be anything. And they also dismiss other carbon-14 dates that are thousands of years earlier because they just say it's too old. They go, oh, this isn't this carbon, right? It's too old. And then you have Posnanski
What can you do?
dates at 10 to 15,000 BC,
Yeah.
somewhere in that range.
That was pre-internet. Where everyone was literally glued to the television. Television was like God.
Like half a dozen different methods, and he spent 40 to 50 years on site building up this, this case for dating. And they just throw all that out because they found a couple dates that fit inside.
Yeah, we're gonna keep doing that.
And I don't know.
22? Holy shit.
In the video, this is actually really a good piece too.
What is the deal with this?
There's pieces like this strewn all over the place of the site, and none of them make any sense. Look at this thing. Yeah, look at this.
Like
It's got these
drill holes in it.
Yeah, it's little channels, and there's tiny drill holes in it.
That like makes me think of like conductors or something in there.
And you see how it looks rough. A lot of these look like that, and it's actually the kind of incredibly smooth. Just the texture of it's just pitted. It looks rough.
Yeah.
No, it's not even pitted. Wow, this looks crazy. It looks pitted. Yeah, but it's not. Rub your hand over it. It's just different. It feels like glass.
So if you took a needle and drug a needle across it, it wouldn't go down in those little holes.
Not like you think. It does. Those little holes, yes. Those perfect holes that we're gonna.
No, not the drilled ones.
It's been ground flat. I don't think it's. There's some of these stones do have a flat. So like there's no.
Those are pockets of like dark stone. It's like mica or something in the stone. Yeah, they're not holes.
Okay, so it's an inclusion. It's not a divot.
Right.
It looks like a hole.
Yeah, they look like holes.
They look like a divot or something.
Yeah. You can see inclusions in this stuff. Like larger ones in the inside here, like near my leg. And
yeah, but all those pockets.
I guess it'd be kind of hard to lawyer up in that situation, eh?
So that's what I'm saying. They would look rough, but you put your hand on it, it feels like glass. It's wild. I think this is, yeah. You can hear us, we touch it like, oh my god.
like snakeskin one way. You're right.
It's fast.
It doesn't look smooth.
Come on, man.
As soon as you touch it, butter smooth. Like the smooth butter smooth.
Open and shut case, yeah. That's terrible.
Good shit. Yeah, so it's yeah, I mean, just stuff like this. You can see these fine. Look at that cut.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
You know, they're kind of random. They're strewn all over the place. And also the other thing that, yeah, here with Joe.
What am I? I can't.
You know, these
I
are,
would say that, like,
RJ15s.
I have a hard time sending people to prison. I'm not a big fan of imprisoning many people, but maybe I'm just a naive liberal Canadian, right?
But yeah, maybe it's a switch.
Oh, wow.
But the other thing that was clear is this whole site is on this massive hill, and it seems that the hill itself might just be a construct. It's just very ancient.
When's the digging going to continue?
I know, that's the question. There's a block sticking out of the ground everywhere, but it's...
Dang, dude.
So you can't walk up to these anymore? You have to...
I don't know, man.
Far away?
Yeah, they put a lot of ropes in.
They blue roped everything. Yeah.
To imprison someone? I can never do it.
There was a change in governmental leadership which halted
I will always vote not guilty.
digging will resume. However, tourism is starting to resume, but we have footage of beautiful new construction buildings, whole city streets that are completely empty due to regime change and people abandoning, and now they're coming back. So it's really nice now. Things are peaceful.
Maybe not always, but you know what I mean.
10 or 15 years
Maybe.
ago, so whatever different governmental policies made people
Yeah, that
basically
backing up is way better. Yo, Sailor Curse, what's up, brother?
Yeah, there's kind of a tourist town nearby, and it's almost, it's basically...
Oh my god, Sailor Curse.
Bolivia, it's
Yeah, okay, in that case, yeah, like in that case, bro. What an entry. What a way to enter a chat. I don't find it funny. It's not funny, but like, man, I was just not expecting that.
we find out here actually.
Jesus Christ.
Tip of a feather and you stick it in. It's about, I mean, I'd say an inch or so.
You're right,
They're
man.
also pretty much exactly the same depth.
This is where we, this is modern day,
depth gauge. Look at this side here.
the Acropolis in Athens. This is where modern day philosophy goes down in this chat.
I don't know if he does it here, but yeah, he grabs it, gets a feather and just sticks it in. He's like holding it. It's like, yep, that's it.
Well, that's really
Yeah, it was very precise.
Gyges, right? The character.
The feather of
He's the hypothetical hedonist.
Do you think they
But
could
like, he
have
doesn't go around raping people.
I mean,
He
there's
kills.
just
He's a
weird
murderer,
little shapes.
and he
I wonder if they were
seduces
stored
people. But like,
for like
It's not
casting
like-
metal objects, like pouring it in these geometric shaped holes and letting it dry, and then just like a manufacturing site.
There's a difference. So in some of the dog bone shapes were like cast
yeah, man,
metal
sad.
to keep
And not in the ring. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, sorry, Sonny.
And that's different than what you're seeing there. Who are you laughing at?
We gotta call him dog bones.
Yeah, I'm talking about manufacturing. That's a good one, dude. That is very descriptive. Yeah.
Dog bone cuts.
You know, hourglass.
Got a crush on him. Oh my god, come on.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like.
He's asking.
I can't. I'm not gonna make a joke. I'm not. I can't.
Shapes that are just
I'd go straight to hell.
They're a cavity that is a geometric shape that you could pour molten metal into and cast a specific.
She's a
shape
real
that you pick out,
heartbreaker.
and you could do that over and over and over in the same stone. Oh my gosh, it's crazy.
And it was terminal. That's sad, man. That's so sad. That's so like Sonny. Sonny would never mean to kill anyone. You know what I mean?
Those, Matt. Look at those.
Maybe.
Over there. You know?
afraid
I
of
could totally see it. Like she never meant that
making
for that to
big
happen.
pyramids for kids or something, right there.
Yeah. I don't think that's what it
A lot of
is.
drunk
It's like
driving
you
people,
put
they
a
like,
core in there and
I
get
think,
this interesting
are
geometric
lost
shape,
and
but
need
it just
help.
doesn't make sense. It's like
Yeah, and you know, you've got these guys and
It's just such fine work.
Yeah.
The kingdom of that's what I determined. Was the kingdom of We're missing the A's.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, so I don't know what to make of it, man. Tiwanaku is very similar. We did sort of hop a couple of the ropes to get at a few of the interesting blocks in places like well, not just Tiwanaku. There's remember the super block we got over there to see that thing, which was cool. Which was this thing. Remember this thing here? Oh yeah.
The sluice stone on it. Like it's
Yes, that's the thing. You really get the idea that you're just looking at fragments of some kind of machine. It's just that. Look at that.
Yeah, wait till so we can get over to it. So just like the curvature on the inside of this, and it's like it's actually curved underneath. I'm sorry about the wonky footage. I actually have a lot of good footage of this because we're hiding from the guards at this point.
Yeah, or you have to cross the barriers to get over here. Yeah. It's just wild.
And this thing's actually really interesting because it's got writing or something on the front of it, and then also those drill holes.
There's drill holes across, and then it looks like that front face had symbols. It's just that it was exposed and eroded.
it's amazing.
Footage is amazing.
Wow, look at those. Look at this. This is super fast drill hole.
Ben is a professional at this.
Oh, yeah. Is that just like the scratched writing, or is it carved?
It looks like there were deep writing, and then something was scratched on it as well. I don't know.
It's hard to tell. I don't know what this is. I mean, if I dig back through my older footage, I do have like proper footage. I spent a lot of time at this block filming it.
Nah, man, no.
You could probably actually get a pretty good photogrammetrical model from the footage I have of it.
It's not in the plans, my friend.
Like all the rope.
That was so funny.
Yeah. And actually, when we were going up there, he's like, I know they put rope over there. I know, I just know it. And then we get up there, and sure enough, there's rope everywhere. He's like, why rope here? It was great. It was great.
It was fantastic. I actually was interviewing Ben like so bad.
Yeah. We're getting the idea. The idea that it settled.
So every time I go there,
It looks like a model, right? Somebody was making a model
of the temple.
So it always starts with the movie. Immediately shoots down the idea. Yeah, but I mean, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not. I know, man. I know. Never say never, but like, I'm not planning for it. Just not planning for it, man.
it's hydrological almost, right? It looks like you have that. It's hydrodynamic. Something's flowing through here. Maybe I don't know. I mean, you have to go back and look. I have a couple. If people in chat are interested, I mean, I have a couple of videos on Tiwanaku and it's very mysterious. And I dive right into, a lot of the really older photographs that come from.
All right, I'll play for another like 15 minutes, and then I'm gonna sign off probably before 3 o'clock. To be honest, man. Thanks for being here, though, dude.
What was your takeaway?
Pretty shit
Just like-
session.
just the general
Playing
takeaway.
really well, but
Punku and all that
getting
stuff.
no natural stucks.
Okay, any new ideas or thoughts? Tiwanaku looks like multiple times rebuilt stuff, right? There were massive, ancient, like what were clearly ancient, gigantic sandstone models, huge standing stones, and then somebody had come along.
I can't believe I didn't get shot by that box guard. Like, I don't think it's ever happened.
Whether that
It was
original
wild.
or not, I don't know. It seems clear that somebody's done a lot of rebuilding work. But when you get to Punku, it's supposed to be the same site, but it's kind of in a different area, and it's totally set aside, and the stonework there just looks completely different. And it does look like pieces of a machine scattered all over the place. So both of them look like they've been destroyed and like massively destroyed. There's blocks strewn everywhere, right? And I have to say that the sunken temple of man, or whatever you call the one with all the faces sticking out of the wall in Tiwanaku, was very weird. It was eerie. The face carvings were strange. You know, some of them you recognize. Okay, this is like that Mesoamerican style, big round eyes, sort of square jaw, whatever.
It was kind of cool. They had a large variety of people. So
There's
like,
the megaliths.
If you go to the faces, yeah. The
Wait. Where? Like y'all saw these?
This is Tiwanaku, but now they've come. That's what it used to look like. Somebody's come along and put fake walls in between all these stones.
No. What? Why?
Yeah, this is the Kalia Society. This is what Poznansky found and he used for his alignments. So you got.
Oh wait, it was a wall though. Yeah, okay, I can see.
Yes.
Go back. So you can see the indentations of the.
Yeah. But what they've got there now is it's clearly something else.
Yeah, it's all rebuilt now. If you go to what it looks like today.
Man, I'm on the fence on that sort of thing. It's kind of like.
And those massive stones are, we got up on top of the platform and you're looking at them and you can see, okay, those are the bottom ones because they clearly were connected to something even higher. Multiple of them had, irregular cutouts on the very top, like they had stuff even higher, right? It's like, this is what it looks like.
Okay, so there's.
These are original.
Oh.
Yeah.
All of this, and some of these are probably original smaller ones, but like that there would be original. And yeah, they so this is original, and then they just built everything else around it. So here's this is you see the original.
This massive sandstone, and then they've just put these, this random.
It's not too bad.
No, but
it looks nice.
But that's we just don't know actually what it was.
Yeah. And it looked like on the stone you showed before in the old picture that the wall actually was set back about 4 inches.
Could have been, yeah. And
this is actually
who's getting kicked out.
We're following this lady. She was telling us we had to leave, and this is actually a whole side that you don't get to see. Like she was like, "You have to follow me out this way."
Yeah.
So we are actually taking video because you normally can't come here when you're just visiting. So.
This is behind the rope.
Behind the rope, yeah.
Don't.
But you see how they're rebuilding that entire sort of ziggurat pyramid thing over there with mud. No, that's not original. They're trying to do a reconstruction. Because it was so thoroughly destroyed by whatever happened to it that there's nothing to look at except stones lying all over the place.
And it's been quarried. Like it's been.
I like looking at that.
I know, but they're trying to make it into a touristy site, and most people aren't interested in looking at a couple of blocks sticking out of the mud. They want to see a pyramid, right? So you can see both sides. Like you're like, I don't want this rebuilding bullshit because this is not what it was. But at the same time, they're trying to turn it into a tourist site so they can get more money, so they can actually dig up more things. Hopefully, is what they do.
This is the sort of thing that was on top of the Akapana, that step pyramid. So this is like, there's all these channels and all these big blocks and megaliths. All this stuff's gone now. Like, this has all been quarried and taken.
It's gone.
Yeah, and tons of it's been taken away. Like that whole, this is why it was fun for me to walk into the town of Tiwanaku and the church, because that's all built from, like, the whole place is built from stones from the site. You see shit like this is like these precisely joined, and these are tunnels. Like this is hydrolyte again. These are like channels or something. There's something functional was happening here.
Some of it reminded me of walking around in the Osirian. It's like these gigantic granite blocks, Xanthian sandstone, and crystalline blocks sticking out, and you're like, okay, I know this was. There's much more to this site than we can see. We're just standing on the top of it.
So yeah, this is that wall we walked past. So we were coming from this end to this end, we walking this way.
Did it wrong, man.
It's the Akapana, the step pyramid on our left, and you just see what this was like back then. It's just covered. I mean, everything's covered in sediment, and there's not much left.
Wow.
Same wall, I think. And then these are the steps that lead up to it. These are still here.
You can still see those,
This is the sandstone. We push cart going near them. This is the sun gate as it was when it was.
Like, come on, dude.
And they broke it.
They broke it in modern times?
Yeah, well, early 1900s. They moved it. It's not in the original location, but this was face down, so it was preserved. Like that's the difference. Like people tell me, like I've heard people like say, well, there's no erosion in Tim. Like it's not that old, there's no erosion. What the fuck is this?
It's incredibly
erosion. Yeah. But it's, you know, sometimes we think in Egypt that like granite that's in the ground, it's almost like if it's covered, it seems like that.
That's worse.
Yeah, it's worse for the stone.
Yeah.
Here it's different because of the mud. If it's down and in the ground, it's
preserved. This is
Yeah,
what's
so the
steamed.
mud is anaerobic and probably.
I don't know yet, my friend.
Maybe that's what it is.
I do not know yet, my dear friend.
It's clay. There's multiple blocks, especially up at Punku, where you can see, because they've stood it up, and on one side it's just perfect. You can see sharp lines and all the carvings, and on the other side it's the same carving. Like the other side is almost the same, but it's just almost gone because that side was sitting up and facing the elements. The other side was down in the mud. And you can see it.
And the elements here, you get lichen, you get all this stuff that's growing.
It's raining on it all the time.
Water.
Yeah.
It's high elevation. So this is a good example because this was the preserved face of the sun gate. If you look at the backside of it, and this was exposed.
Yeah.
It's all fucked up.
Only if.
But yeah, so this was the break in the sun gate when they busted it.
Only if I had the
Whoa. That was just so beautiful.
the lean,
Dude, I know.
I'm saying, whoa.
the calisthenics body.
I've never seen
No homo. Not there's anything wrong with gay people.
This is some of the faces.
This is in the past. So these guys just I've never seen those carvings before.
That's not at the site anymore.
Well,
This is in the past.
I've just never seen them.
Yeah.
Like this is Göbekli Tepe style. Look at this high relief carving.
Yeah.
This thing here looks like the.
Man, this level is really a fucking pain in the ass, eh, man. Like this fucking. This is not. This strat is really just really shit.
Something from this site, and then all this bad shit started happening. Like all of a sudden they were like.
Like it's really.
Because we took this statue.
I don't want to do another session of this strat, man. Like I'm getting nowhere.
But yeah, the big.
That's this guy.
Wow.
I'm just thinking like forced stuck mainframe and no body armor is way higher probability than this bullshit. Like this sucks.
Yeah, I love that picture. I used it as a thumbnail for this. There's Poznansky next to this guy's still up there.
Poznansky's huge, bro. Look at
Yes, so let's see. Yeah, we'll pull that picture up in a minute when I get through this. So this is the church. Remember we looked at the front of this.
We went around the church, yeah.
Yep. So this is we went and looked at this church, and yeah, this is a great picture. So this is
Would you expect this all was broken, man? Yeah, man.
This is all now old town. We basically we stayed over near, basically over here, I'm pretty sure, somewhere like that. We had a house, guest house we stayed at, just on the side.
Yes, right over there.
This is the original Palace Society. It's completely been rebuilt now. And you know they dig down and you just find the walls, trenches and channels and crazy shit.
And again, you see multiple levels of skill
Well, it's like-
in the stonework. You see stuff that's sort of cobbly, and then you see gigantic, massive blocks like this with sharp lines. Just, you know, the same thing with all the Incas.
I don't know what I was even thinking of doing
That
there.
was just, I don't know. It was weird. That one was really like walking around
Many,
of a machine that exploded. And you know, there's just random high-precision parts everywhere with unexplainable features, holes. They don't look decorative. I mean, in some cases you're like, yeah, that's kind of decorative. Yeah, this thing. Like that guy. Yeah.
Hey man, I appreciate you being here watching through this level and this game. Appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, we walked in, we came into this room, we're like, oh my god. Yeah.
Put it on the floor a bit. Yeah, there were some very cool statues. I mean, you see some weird stuff like this, right? I think Russ, you showed this on your stream this time.
Yeah. What is that?
Some of these weird features.
And again, the face, these pieces, like, what is this?
MC Escher.
There's two of them. They almost look like hooks.
These are those things we saw.
Yeah.
Those are so cool, dude.
This
I like
obsidian, like it's basalt.
Yeah, it's
This is a
basalt.
Puma thing. This is a Rosemary said you need to, even though you're not supposed to touch it, you should touch it and you get a software update from the Cosmos.
Yeah, that's right. She told us to make sure
Thanks,
to touch
brother.
the,
Thanks, dude.
The Puma people, because we'll get our firmware update from the universe.
Yeah, see, this is interesting. Like this is your typical carving event. This was this out of
somebody has.
I might lift weights. I'm probably not going to, but I might. I'm super anxious today, man. I'm just like freaking
A
out.
lot of things we've seen in Egypt, a high precision carved object, and then somebody has scratched in a god face, Hathor or something, is scratched onto a bowl.
Yep.
Yeah.
Man, I can't
Oh
wait to
yeah.
go, man.
It's gonna be epic.
I'm really looking forward to seeing people.
But I'm on the sativa, man.
Let's go.
I'm on the sativa. You caught me. I'm out of the indica. I've just been on the sativa. You caught me, man. That might be it. That actually might be it.
Yeah. We need 2 separate groups breaking rules.
I'm really lucky. I usually get like
I didn't say that.
ideally 100% indica. Ideally.
Everyone knows that I drink
But
a lot.
that's rare. You usually get like an 80 indica, 20 sativa percentages. Which is nice.
And honestly, I don't
But not like
everyone's got
100%.
it is an important site. I don't
You
think
do though, you do. You do get OG. Actually, OG is is a mix.
and it has continually
But
been
like
more
purple Kush, all the Kush.
as the years have gone. And I understand it's even worse than what it was last time. In terms of now, it's like so when
Blueberry.
I first went there, it's like you're at Machu Picchu. Enjoy. You walk in, spend the whole day up there. There's no real ropes you can cut. You can look at
Oh
it.
wow, insane.
And then they went, well, now we're going to put some ropes up. And then the next time I went there, it's well, now there's walking paths. You have to
Yeah,
go
but
down
apparently
this path, and you have to go
it's
in
like
a
the
circle.
CBD
You can't go
in
backwards.
the
You
indica.
can
I think
only go
indica has higher
arrows,
CBD.
and
I
they
could
say
be
no,
wrong.
backwards, you can only go that way.
You get more like stoned
And then
instead of
now
high.
you literally choose one of like 4 or 5 different walking
Or you just want to like
paths,
sit
and that's all you get.
and watch shit and eat pizza
One particular path you can't spend all day and do.
versus
So I don't know. It's
I don't know.
frustrating. And then
I get way more high, like high and stoned with indica. I think it's a way higher quality.
I think we'll get to a point in the future.
But sativas, they smell amazing. Sativa smells are pretty incredible. Like like sour candy. Like a candy store.
I mean, I'd love to see people open them up. I mean, I understand
Like a sweet lemon.
and stuff, but at the same time, a lot of this stone, I'm not going to do it. The
Like a citrus.
herding periods of quarrying and the destructive, just
Cool, brother.
abuse that's happened to
Yeah, man, I think I'm going to play some guitar and lift weights. I'm freaking out.
Touching the stone
I'm going crazy.
to the site.
Alright, bros, I think I'm going to share with you what's on my mind. So I'm really lucky. I'm going back to China, right? And I must lift, yeah. I'm actually offered. I'm teaching a 1-month course at a university there. And they're paying for my flight
These 2 guys are super
return
grumpy. Yeah. It's like, alright.
and a pretty good salary.
Yeah, Kyle's job
But I was just offered my, like in China also, my dream English teaching job, would be in Qingdao, which is that beach city, for a year. But they're saying that they want someone immediately.
Yeah, we can team up, bro.
And
Even.
it pays less than the university.
No, I just said that's a joke too. I just like giving these guys a lot of shit for being grumps. Yeah.
And I mean, I've already committed to the university. And the university's paying for my flight, so I think I'm gonna have to
So grumpy.
do the university one first and just risk losing. Like, whatever, brother. How much less? Like 66. Oh, sorry, 33%.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, poor Ben.
33% for the but it's so the university is only 1 month, Sorry, brother. The university's only 1 month, man.
And yet I really want to complain.
Only for March. They're doing an intensive 48. So they're doing a half year, like a half credit,
He needs to know.
with 24 lectures
Who's the mosquito?
for the half credit,
Not me.
and I have 2 classes. So I'm gonna do 24 lectures twice, 48 classes over 5 weeks. Thanks for fucking helping me. This has been going through my mind like crazy. How long's the other job? A year and 1 month. And it's in Qingdao. It's like it's on the beach. It's like fucking Chinese Vancouver, Chinese Rio de Janeiro. Okay, maybe not like quite Rio, but like Chinese Miami. More, doesn't it? Dang, man, you're so right. I don't know, man. But they're paying for my flight too. The one in Qingdao on the beach, they're not paying for my flight, and it's 66% of the salary of the university for the 1 month, and the university's paying my flight and my board and everything.
No mosquitoes dropping albums.
Which I'm really lucky for. I'm really lucky. I'm really blessed. Yeah, man. Supply chain design. I feel like, and like, I feel like I've already committed to do it. Oh man, what I'm hoping is what are you gonna do with 1 month's salary? Yeah. You're so right, man. You're so right. I think I've already committed. I think they've already... I'm gonna have to talk with the recruiter, because I think they've already committed. There's gonna be 100 students for this university course.
Typo negative?
I don't know if they've enrolled or not yet. I don't even know if it's real.
What's that song?
I'm just scared I'm gonna show up and they're gonna like take my organs.
I was just trying to think of like the most chill vocals, except of course he does get into some screaming.
Fly straight to the other. Yeah, exactly. So the situation is the recruiter. So I'm working with 2 recruiters. One for the university, one for the English school. And the English school one, she said she's trying to buy some time for me to figure out when's the last, like how long they can wait for someone to show up. But I mean, I think I'm having to make a decision. I gotta make a decision, man.
Oh, you don't? No, yeah. You gotta click it every time.
Yeah, I guess so. We're getting music suggestions. Crash test dummies.
I never take a 1 month contract. That's just me. Yeah, but they're also paying my flight. It's pretty crazy. And it's the idea is I get more university lecturing courses. That's like the dream.
One of the most incredible ancient
But I don't know if that's gonna work.
sites in the world.
It's better for my. It's better for my resume, and it's better for. I think just me as a person. Teaching at a university would be way better than English school, even though Qingdao is amazing. I've never been to Qingdao though.
That's why I was kind of prying at Ben. He's like, "Well, there's many sites."
Qingdao could pay higher. Let's just say that Qingdao. I asked for higher because I said could they match another contract that I was offered, which was a 5% increase, and they said no.
Just walking down the street having a conversation. taxation is hard work.
Probation in most countries, yeah.
I did ask her this. She made a comment that we're just tombstoning the hell out of this town. Four of us just walking around on the street. Eventually, we do get into like.
I think I'm gonna have to do what's right.
Hard to
I'm gonna have to do the
steal
right
stones here
thing.
on the ground. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to talk to, because I think they already confirmed it with the university,
Wow, that's
because
crazy.
the university
People in the chat giving us crap for being
sent
flatlanders.
the
I guess we got
visa
some elevation people.
request
Can't trust
document
those
to the
flats.
Chinese embassy
Dude,
here in
We
Canada
live in the hills, but
that I have to go to.
1,600 feet,
Yeah.
not 13,000.
Now listen, people don't understand.
So
how
even if I
live.
wanted to apply
I'm just getting your
for
land for a year, and it's
a
there's
different
no
visa
comparison.
with a different
Go to
school,
8,000 feet, I could run a marathon.
they're gonna see that and
compared
they're
to
gonna ask me about it.
Going into the 11, 12,
Maybe.
13,000 feet, you actually
I don't
exponentially
know.
lose
I think
oxygen
I'm just freaking out.
as you continue up in those altitudes. So you gotta look
But
at
it's
the
good.
map, but it's
I'm lucky.
basically
I'm
from
really
8,000 to
blessed.
12,000
There's hope. So
is half of the
I'm stressing
available
out about
oxygen
good things.
from 8,000 to 12.
Wow.
So it's significant. You know, it's like
I
26%
can't play
saturation,
any more
and then it goes all the
GoldenEye.
way down
I'm
to
sorry.
18% saturation. So yeah, it's pretty
We
intense.
learned a lot
Yeah, so
today.
it's like a logarithmic.
Really, really heartbreaking session.
It also
Same with diving.
I need to change my strat, man. I'm not gonna do a natural, like, I can't do another natural suck session like that. That was
someone
terrible.
was choking you.
I had like
is
no
kinda
natural
hilarious.
sucks.
You wake up and you're going, you go.
I had no big room uploads.
Yeah. Because you're not, your body's just not naturally breathing enough.
For
while
what,
you're
like
sleeping.
7
You wake up
hours?
starving for air multiple times.
Man, that's crazy.
But after the first night or two, I mean, it's golden, but you still.
It was an experience, all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so we get.
Yeah, man.
It's true. It's you acclimatize, but yeah, it doesn't mean it doesn't ever mean there's more air.
And it's fucked up because, like,
And you can sleep, but it's still like a lack of.
damn it, I think I already committed to the university, but I mean, what if
So yeah, this whole town.
it would
and the
pay
church that
higher?
we're coming up to. These are all blocks from the site.
Yeah, got to train. Train for this. Train for it.
Alright, I'm gonna sign off though.
Yeah, look at the church. So this was cool when it came in.
I don't think I'm gonna lift weights right away. I might learn a little bit, but
Okay, so we found the square.
half hour.
Which is pretty typical down here. Yeah.
Here's the church, bro. Here's these statues behind the entrance, original.
Next time I'm here, I'm going to bring puppet treats.
There were statues all through the square, some of which may have come from the site.
Thanks, man.
Some of which
Oh,
were
pardon me.
just
Thank you,
look
man,
like
for
they
the
were,
talk.
But the church has blocks from it.
What's he holding then?
Well, I mean, even over. I think,
Oh man.
Yeah, these were cool. So even over at these are all blocks from the site. I think even over there's channel blocks from the site down there. I think even over at the what do you call it the benches, the bus stop. I mean, these the big blocks underneath the benches are all big andesite blocks from the site.
Yeah.
And the whole square is made from it. And then half of La Paz obviously is built from.
So what are you saying? You're saying I should take the Qingdao if I can?
Built from stones from the site. Really? Yeah, I mean, drains
Take the
and
beach
mines
city, the English
were listed, like, there was tons of
teaching
stone going to La Paz all the
to
time.
children.
So it's like the Cairo for Giza.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the town. Let's have a quick look at the town here. Yeah, so I was taking pictures of this is obviously stone. This is in the church from the site.
So what happened to the people of the town? They just left because there was no more tourism, or what?
Yeah, they still live there. The people still live there, but yeah,
a few.
It was like supposedly tourism infrastructure, and all those businesses are pretty much shuttered now.
But the people that live there, they're just like what, farming?
There's a
nearby or
couple of
something?
people there. There was some people that just didn't like the town looked empty, but most people who were running tourism businesses are just gone.
Okay.
And there's no tourists.
This is like a walk on the house. It's just a big doorways with the channel in it. I mean, these are all blocks from the side, just random shit everywhere. This is the church.
8 viewers.
So yeah,
Thank you.
it's cool. Then we had a really nice. This was the house that we were staying in the city. I mean, just in the town. And I think this is actually this is the fence. This is Tijuana. So you probably go to the left. This is the roof of the house we were staying at. You turn left, you see the sun gate. Yeah, this is actually a picture taken from this roof. This is one of those gates. These are the walls.
A moon gate, he called it.
Yeah, moon gate. Yeah, the Celtic sign on the upper corner. So it's a pretty cool place to stay. Unfortunately.